All right, we're gonna go ahead and get started. I don't think I've streamed in like a week. It's been a minute. It's been kind of nice to have a little bit of a break here. I've been really busy. I was gonna stream Wednesday for D&D, but a couple members of the group were not feeling too well, so we didn't do a stream on Wednesday. And then I was gonna stream Stellaris yesterday, but there was no event put up for it, so half the people in that game didn't think there was a game. So we will continue that next week. So yeah, finally back. Next week I'll be streaming more. I'm gonna stream 4 days next week, just heads up, and I will be actually playing some Hoi 4. So I've just been kind of taking a little easy on the streaming. Been doing a lot in my personal life, so I will get back to streaming more. We'll see. We are continuing the China Millennium Dawn game, which we have been doing for, I think this is our 4th session now. So man, it's been a month. We were role-playing basically a China wherein Jiang Zemin did not retire at the time he did in real life, but rather he continued to rule for quite some time and was able to implement the hybrid socialist capitalistic agenda that he pushed really heavily for to a much more extreme degree in China. He worked really hard to make sure that the Shanghai clique, which is basically a party faction within the CCP, was able to get a lot more dominant power. And when he obviously handed things over to Hu Jintao around 2 years ago in game time, it was a much stronger Shanghai clique. In real life, when Hu Jintao took over after Jiang Zemin stepped down, although he did believe in many of the policies that Zemin wanted, unfortunately the Shanghai clique wasn't actually as powerful as I think a lot of people expected them to be after that, and as such, Hu Jintao had to deal with an enormous amount of pressure from the Chinese Youth League and like the more hardliner conservative Marxist faction, of which Xi Jinping would be obviously a very well-known member. As a result, the party went back to more sort of Marxist socialist principles, which really did, I think, kind of in the long term harm their economy and their future. They didn't really involve themselves as much into the modern economic climate. I mean, they're still a massive exporter, they're still very powerful, but their reliance on the Marxist model has made their economy much more hollow, their government much less efficient, and a lot of other problems. Xi Jinping did do some good things, obviously, of course, like his anti-corruption campaign stuff, but he did really the same old, wherein he made himself like a strong man who really just pushed his agenda and threw his weight around a lot, which I would argue has made China a lot weaker than they could have been, to be frank. But regardless, in this timeline, Jiang Zemin retired 2 years ago. We now have Hu Jintao in power. In the roleplay, Jiang Zemin really pushed for a unified party. In the focus tree, we went down the middle path of our political focus tree, which was preserving CPC unity instead of going with either group. As such, we've really tried to maintain a very balanced party. However, Xi Jinping in this timeline really tried to made a push for power like he did in real life, just without as big of a power base as before. He really pushed the conservative Marxist doctrine, and he supported Russia during recent conflicts, wherein Russia used a supposed ethnic cleansing in Latvia to launch a war in the Baltic, which has resulted in them becoming an international pariah. Now, we built up the Shanghai Cooperation Organization, the SCO, with Russia, but we have recently kicked them and their allies out of the SCO, so now it's just Asia. We're about to go do some talks with some people regarding that. We've also created a Asian Technological Council, so we've merged our research institutions, our space program, as well as a few other groups like that, with the Koreans, which are unified, and the Japanese, who we work very closely with. So we're a very strong China. Also, this week, in between sessions, Xi Jinping was arrested. Anyway, that's a recap. Hello there.
Hello. Yes, this is Zhang Yingwen right now, speaking to Hu Jintao.
Zhang Yingwen, it is good to speak with you. Thank you for calling me up. I've been very busy the last couple days, as I'm sure you've probably seen in the news.
Of course, we heard. We want to discuss the Russian-Chinese relations and how are they at the moment?
Non-existent.
Really?
We, as you may or may not have known, Xi Jinping, a party official with the Conservative Party, had been pushing really heavily within our country for a more Marxist doctrine and for us aligning with Russia. I would like you to keep this very private in this meeting, as this is very need to know in China, but we have found links between the conservative faction and close ties with the Moscow government, which was, of course, very dangerous. They have been pushing for massive protests throughout China, and as such, over the last week, we have arrested thousands of conservative Chinese officials as Xi Jinping is currently in custody. As such, we have cut off relations with Russia and formally expelled them from the Shanghai Cooperation Organization. It's been a very busy week.
That is wonderful to hear. We were very concerned that that China may not go with us, but we were happy that you have come to your senses and realized that.
Well,
Russia...
while you're here, I would like to ask about the. I believe you put some trade restrictions upon our country, and I'd just like to ask if you plan on continuing those, given the fact that we have absolutely no contact nor support for the Russian state currently.
Yes, we just did some precautionary measures, mainly on some Chinese companies that were kind of closely aligned to Russia. But now that we can tell that China is not going with.
Listen, I think your phone was just cut off. I hope you're all right. Hello? How is Korea unified? It was a whole roleplay thing. If you want to go in the Discord, you can see a bunch of roleplay surrounding it. But they went down the around the unification pathway in their focus tree. Hello there. I heard you for a moment.
Hello?
Yes, I can hear you.
Apologize.
I do hope you're all right.
Well, I'll be back. I need to tell the host.
That's a little worrying. Hopefully the Taiwanese are all right.
Hello.
Greetings.
This is Timio Thomas, the president of the new United French Communes.
President Thomas, it's good to speak with you. Again.
Indeed. I'm approaching you concerning the Indian government's arrest of our professor and 25 students. And we were hoping to see if we could get your support in getting them back.
We had seen reports of that situation, but we've been pretty busy with internal matters in the last couple of weeks, given, I'm sure, what you have seen in the news. It's not been one of our major priorities. We do find that situation to be very dangerous, especially considering the BJP's coalition government with very extreme elements within India. What is the French government currently doing to attempt to get extradition of those citizens?
Well, we did attempt to approach the Indian government, but it appears that they were unresponsive to our message.
Have you attempted to make contact with their parent organization, the Canadians or the British, perhaps?
That is, we would prefer to do this between India and France.
I understand, but obviously the safety of your citizens must come first and foremost. We're not of course, a very big fan of that organization, but I think if you want outcomes here, you're going to probably have to speak to them.
I understand.
China, of course, will condemn these actions unequivocally. We find India's flirtations with the far right to be, at best, extremely dangerous. And this sets a very bad precedent. So you will have our support in that capacity. However, I don't think China has really the ability to pressure the Indian government, since we've mostly decoupled our economies and our politics, given the recent split again that has occurred, unfortunately.
Very well. It's understandable. We will take up your suggestion and attempt to approach the United Kingdom.
If you have any concrete steps that China can take to support the extradition of these political prisoners, do not hesitate to contact Beijing, President.
We will not. May I ask one question before I leave?
Of course.
What are your thoughts on the Cabiak Alliance withdrawing from the Nuclear Proliferation Treaty?
So it's a very dangerous precedent. It appears as though they do not wish to cooperate with international norms. The Canadians and the Indians, frankly, I'm not surprised about, but I am very shocked to hear that Prime Minister Blair and the United Kingdom will be including themselves within that, given I know that the Labour Party has never been a proponent for such actions before in the past. It is very disturbing, I have to say.
No, and we have a follow-up question. Would you suggest that France also pursue this, or should we attempt to bring them back into the new NPT?
I would suggest you attempt to bring them back into the NPT, and frankly, China would give sole support. As you know, China does maintain a nuclear arsenal. It is a security precaution given the hostile relations we've had with the Indians, the Russians, and the United States in the past. China does wish to see a continued push for denuclearization. We really do see it as the world holding itself hostage. A gun to our own head does no one anyone any good. So I would ask that as a fellow believer in the tenets of Marxism, you understand that it is the international working class who will always be hurt by such actions. So in fact, China would be interested perhaps in discussing with the French government the possibility of making a much larger push for nuclear deproliferation in the future, as this is one of our biggest concerns now that we've dealt with our own internal division.
Be a great assistance to us in having the Chinese backing with that.
We do have a couple other very important calls to make, given, again, we have just made some pretty extreme moves in China. But when that's done, I would be happy to contact your government to discuss the possibility of pushing for a broad continuation of nuclear dearmament.
Right, very well. Well, thank you, Mr. Hu Jintao. I think our talks here have been quite productive.
Thank you, President Thomas. We'll speak soon.
What's up, Artorial? Can see online Hammurabae. It's sad that this is
So late in the day for me. Yeah. Glad you're still watching, man. Yeah, I haven't really streamed last week. I've been pretty busy, but... Hello?
Yes, I believe there's a cut in the phone line. Something must have happened.
I do hope that that was not the intention of some foreign power. I'm sure it was just a miscommunication issue.
Miscommunication.
President Ingven, where were we?
We were discussing the trade restriction Taiwan implemented as a precautionary measure to the Russian invasion. But we'd like to know that we would be lifting this as we've seen China pick the right path. And because of these trade restrictions and China is distancing themselves from Russia, we're also willing to lift any semiconductor ban we ever had, as China's
That's great to hear.
adopted Western patent laws, and we do not have to worry about them going into Russia.
China plans to become a full-on respected and very cooperative member of the international community. We have rebuilt our hard border policy with Russia, and there will be no flow of goods or services or even energy. As you know, China has led the world in nuclear power production and now is almost entirely reliant. We only need a little bit of imports, but we have worked something out with the French for that. So we are no longer relying on Russia in any capacity. So we will obviously not make sure none of those semiconductors get into Russian hands, of course.
Yes, we will be decreasing military mobilization. We had a tiny bit of mobilization in Taiwan after Russia directly threatened a military flyover on our capital, and they invited you as well. So we just did some precautionary measures to make sure that we're protected.
I would be happy to make a joint statement with the Taiwanese government to suggest that if the Russians ever attempt to enter Taiwanese airspace again, that they would be dealing with both a Chinese and a Taiwanese force to
well,
make sure.
They did not do the violate our airspace.
Of course they didn't. The Russians only pick on those that they know they can defeat, like the Latvians. If they're weak, they'll go after you, but we both know Taiwan is strong. My point, though, is to suggest that China is interested in perhaps a mutual defense pact with Taiwan, as we are moving away from our old friends and would like to find new ones, of which Taiwan we wish to potentially be one.
Yes, we are willing to accept this. Of course, we want to create a more 50-50 balance with the Americans and the Chinese is something that you requested as well.
Absolutely.
So,
I am planning on having talks with the President Obama very soon, as we do feel that given the split with both the Indians and the Russians, China is in need of international partners. There is something I'd like to also briefly discuss while I have you here. As you know, Russia has been expelled from the Shanghai Cooperation Organization. It's a bit of a legal gray area given they were a founding member, but China is frankly just going to move on, and if the Russians reject that notion, they will find themselves entirely outside of the cooperation of the Asian portion at least. We are going to be in talks with the Germans to forge a partnership for the future. The SCO originally was, as you know, primarily an Asian institution. It was used to develop regions which had historically been ignored by the West. Taiwan, of course, has benefited heavily from Western development, and now China is seeking a partner in Germany. We wish for the SCO to become more of an international organization, as development should not be bound by region. Given the split from Russia, an enemy of Taiwan, as well as our cooperation with Asian partners like Korea, Japan, and soon-to-be European partners like Germany, we would like to open the door again to discussions of the possibility of further cooperation between the SCO and Taiwan, or perhaps even membership in the future.
Yes, as we can see, our main objections to us joining the SCO are now gone or lifted. We can now consider SCO membership. Of course, I will have to convene with my political staff and see how the Taiwanese support this, the Taiwanese people support this. But I will get back to you soon on that. But as we can
Of course.
see, our main objections are now gone, so we will definitely consider this heavily.
That's good to hear. Anything my government, my people can do to expedite the process or assist you, please let us know.
Yes, we will be creating a joint statement of a mutual defense pact, correct?
Yes, absolutely.
Very well. I'll get that out and I'll send that to the Russians immediately.
Wonderful.
All right. Thank you. Also, by the way, I'm not in the game. So
Oh.
If yeah, because my internet.
Okay, that makes sense. I was like, wow, that was rejected really quickly. Goddamn, man. All right.
Yeah, no, the my internet went out for like a second. So yeah. So
Sounds
if
good.
AI does anything like weird, it's on me. But yeah. All right.
Sounds good.
See you.
I'm happy to just keep role playing with you though. All right, cool. Sounds good, man.
All right. Goodbye.
The Germans.
Hello, is this?
Oh, wonderful.
Yeah.
Just the person
Sorry.
I was hoping to speak with. I do apologize if
sorry,
my staff had to keep you on hold.
I'm surprised you arrived early, but I was listening to this new something called German rap and drill. It's a new thing in Germany. I still don't know, but the teenagers loved it. So I was listening to it before I came here. Interesting. But anyways, Mr. Hu Jintao, we're here, of course, I think I didn't know, to talk about the SEO entry. And,
I am so pleased that you accepted our formal request to have a discussion regarding this. As you know, Russia's actions have been entirely condemned by China. Their actions in Latvia have put international order and security into question. China has expelled them from the SCO, which again is very gray legally, but we are wishing to move ahead regardless. We are looking for another partner, as China never wished to be the sole hegemon within the SCO. The SCO up until now has primarily been an Asian organization, of course, involved in Eastern Europe and Central Asia. However, we do wish to just completely get rid of that notion entirely now that a lot of Asia is a lot more developed. Frankly, Mrs. Merkel, given our historical ties, how heavily reliant and closely cooperative German and Chinese industry are, and the amount of exports China pushes through your ports now into Europe, I'm going to cut to the chase here. China is looking to see if Germany would be interested in joining the SCO as our primary partner in that organization.
Yes, I think we will agree to it. I think we will most definitely sign. But before I do talk about it, I do like to know that if this would be a big blow for the EU, which is something I'm trying to rebuild for a long time, and I still do hope that Germany will have ties to the EU and can still have a chance.
The EU and the SCO do not have to be mutually exclusive. As I've said previously, the EU is a much more centralized geographic model, whereas we are slowly expanding the SCO into being a much more international, very decentralized system. They can overlap and do not necessarily need to necessitate being independent. However, if the EU ever centralizes to the point where they require Germany to stop acting independently, we may run into some problems. But I'm confident in your government, Mrs. Merkel, not to make that decision.
Yes, most definitely we will. Just have to take care of ourselves. But apart from that, I believe that we'll sign the papers to join the SCO officially.
It's good to hear.
Yes.
It'll do a lot to rebrand the SCO and rebuild the economic ties that we have. So I'm very, very glad to hear that, Mrs. Merkel.
Yes, and I do believe that it will also help in most worlds seeing they have a different eye on China, since most people think that China is this dictatorial power, and I do congratulate you on cracking down on, even though I don't agree with the measures taken, I think that it is most important to take down
Mrs. Merkel, many do not agree with them, and I don't frankly care about public opinion. I do have that luxury. However, I will say, and I ask you that you keep this behind closed doors, we did find very dangerous links between the conservatives and Xi Jinping and support from the Russian government, which is why we had to take those steps, as we could not allow for such a powerful and dangerous opposition faction within the CCP to be so closely tied with a dangerous and hostile force like Russia. I'm sure you can understand.
Yes, most definitely. It's why the Federal Intelligence Service has closed the pipelines. And
I understand. We're both taking the necessary measures to ensure that Russia does not gain undue influence.
yeah, that is most definitely true. And I think you should know that we have a worry neighbor, the French Republic, or People's Republic of France, I believe they call themselves.
Hmm.
It's kind of worrying that they have currently made an alliance with Russia. Not only that, they have also they also
We have been cooperating very heavily with the French. I am frankly shocked that I did not realize that they were still cooperating with the Russians. My understanding was they were moving away from them.
Yeah, that was a lie, Mr. Hu Jintao. They have also kept the pipelines open for Russia. And not only that, Russian troops are in German borders and quote unquote protecting the pipelines, which for starters, Germany has agreed to that, but now feel threatened by it. And I still do understand that it is Russian property, but in these times, I do believe that France should close the pipelines and should remove Russia from their borders.
Mrs.
No,
Merkel,
but-
given our loss of a major defensive and economic ally in Russia, we are looking for other ones. Given our historical
Yeah.
relations, I would be happy to put out a joint press statement where we mutually guarantee each other defensively. In the event that Russia does take the absolutely impossible step of going to a war with the German state, you would be assisted by China. We do not wish to seek a war ever, but China takes this new involvement in the international community very seriously. However, we would have a request.
What is the request?
China wishes to see another push for nuclear deproliferation. It was actually the French who was one who really suggested that to us originally, which is why we're so shocked to see them cooperating heavily with a dangerous nuclear power like Russia. However, the point still stands. We do wish to see more change and a push to denuclearization internationally. As you know, China does maintain a nuclear arsenal, but it's very minor compared to some of the other major powers. Is this something your government would be interested in helping us to push for the peace of the international order?
Yes, I most definitely understand. I believe we should denuclearize countries, but I understand that I've already tried denuclearizing Kabul since they have left the denuclearization.
My next phone call will be with President Obama. I hope to secure his support for such an arrangement and see if we can work to put pressure on the Kabul alliance and see if we can.
I will try and strike an treaty with the UK and see if we can.
Perhaps your government could
maybe-
speak to Prime Minister Blair. I know that he's a more reasonable man, and perhaps we could put some pressure.
Yeah, well, that's a problem, Mr. Hu Jintao. He's no longer the lead. He is kind of the leading power, but no longer the influence he has. I believe now that Her Royal Highness, the Queen Elizabeth, has been. I have heard stories that she has been trying to interfere more in politics. Now, I don't believe that she will ultimately take power, but we have heard that she has been interfering in the House of Lords.
That is disturbing and disappointing. Well, regardless, then it seems that we'll need to find other allies to put pressure upon their alliance, so I hope you will assist me in doing so.
We will try and talk with Prime Minister Tony Blair and maybe, who knows, meet the Queen herself and see if she is actually talking or has influence in her politics, which I really pray and hope she doesn't.
Of course.
But, I can't really promise you anything, Mr. Chairman. But I believe that covers our topic.
Sounds good.
Is there anything else we need to talk about, or are we officially in the SEO and officially helping the SEO?
I think we're done with just about everything. Out of roleplay, I gotta go talk to Matt. I think he canceled all the investment projects, which were supposed to already be pretty much done.
You think that?
Let me go ask real quick. I think we're good, right? Yeah.
Yeah, I think we're good. Yeah, so far we're good. Alright, see you later.
My fault that you're in
Yeah.
the Congo, man. Like,
Out
I
of
get it.
roleplay, really.
I'm sorry, but also you send divisions. They were blocking our advance and costing Russia and putting their lives.
Out of roleplay, Matt, did you cancel all the investments?
No, I didn't do anything with the investments.
Okay,
That
let's
ride.
check it. Thanks.
Yeah, they're still going.
Doesn't show up for me. That's weird. All right, we're gonna go talk to American in just a second. German drill. I'm German local as a drill enjoyer. What's the world's factory count? How do I see that? Is there a way to see that? There's not a ledger in Hoi 4, or am I completely tripping? I'm not sure what the world's factory count is. Yannick, if you know how to check that, I'd be happy to see. What would a unified Korea mean for World IRL if it happened, how it happened in RP? It'd be a lot more, I think it would really set a lot more precedent towards unification rather than division of countries, and probably a lot more peace. It would really de-escalate Asia, to be honest. It could open the door to a lot of things, so it'd be a really big positive. Plus, we would have to listen to fucking, you know, Kim Jong-un's small dick all the time. There's like a friend of mine in Italy, a random Arab store owner. Go away, Jew, it isn't your land. I know I'm a tourist. You know what I mean. And racial slurs. Gotta love that Italian police. Jesus Christ, man. Imagine being anti-Semitic as an Italian when you had Mussolini in power before. That's kind of embarrassing, not gonna lie. Well, thank you for the bits, Condor. Good to see you. Appreciate it. Look at the power thing, like the superpower trait. Ah, okay. All right, we have, let's do some quick maths here. We have 16.7% of factory contributions, and we have 690 factories. Would someone like to do that math? Because I'm not going to. Just gonna throw that out there. I'm not gonna do that. But if someone would like to do the math, we have 691 factories, which is 16.7% of the global factory count. It sounds like one of those math problems you get in like the 5th grade, you know, like those stupid fucking problems that you're like, this will never like be applied at all. It's one of those situations. Again, that being said, I won't do that, but that gives you a general idea. I don't want to embarrass myself trying to do really basic math and getting the wrong answer, which I will do. So no one here needs to see that at all. It's not something that needs to happen. Just saying the rise in anti-Semitism is caused by the immigrants. Someone did experiment and walked around cities in Europe with Jewish symbol. 80% of the harassments and attacks were made by Arabic immigrants. I'm not having that conversation, Condor. That conversation I am not going to have with you. But that does suck, man. All right, we're looking good. Connor's out here yet again trying to get me canceled on Twitter. It's good to see he's at least consistent. That's solid. I'm glad you're consistent, Condor. Cool. Ooh. San Marino, you swore. I did swore. It's on my list. However, I haven't been playing a lot of Hoi 4 lately. Guys, I took a big break from Hoi 4. I got so fucking sick of it. I'm gonna be real with you. Like, I played and streamed so much Hoi 4. I got tired of the game. And my god, I got tired of playing with fucking, like, 13-year-old Hoi players. So, I took a break for, like, a couple months. I will start to play it more again, and AMD too, but I needed to take a break. So I played a lot more of other games. But I promise I will play more. Alright, focus tree wise, we have done a mission to the dark side of the moon, and we are in the process of building a nuclear outpost. So a lunar outpost, so I will write a post about that in a moment. We're going to be really, frankly, leading the edge on space colonization. When we're done with that, we're going to work on probably the electronics industry, and then we'll go back to some of our political focuses. I think cancels is one of the way to get in the news. You know, people say there's no such thing as bad publicity, but they're also not Jeffrey Epstein, so, you know, I don't know about that. Our 56 is nice, but when World War II is over, you got nothing to do. Yeah, it's just they're very quick games. Until 1956 thingy doesn't really work. MD is much better for that, because MD, if you don't just invade everyone and kill everyone, which is what most people do, you can play for quite a while if you're doing roleplay or just, like, generally trying to roleplay a more realistic scenario, right? It is very doable, but yeah, regular Hoi 4, you can't, it doesn't last a while. It is very fun though, but well, like I said, next week I'm going to stream 4 days, and one of those days I will just do single player Hoi 4, because I haven't done that in fucking forever, so I will do that next week. I'll probably put out a poll in the Discord for what we'll do. Alrighty, let's see here. Hello?
Sorry, my mic was broken.
No worries.
So I'd just like to ask China if we could do a mutual investment deal for Korea.
Absolutely. I also think mutual congratulations are in order, as the Asian Technological Council has successfully established a lunar outpost, which is a historic day for our mutual organization.
Yes, and speaking of the PTS, me and the Japanese delegate were discussing a possible extension to it with the topic of AI.
Ah. I will be honest. It's something that we have not made very widely known, but China has been going very, very deep into AI. We already do have advanced AI systems, which we don't make known to the world, and we are in the process of finishing deep machine learning. So this is something China's very interested in, but we do keep that not very well internationally known. I'm sure you understand. Did you have something explicitly in mind?
Not explicitly, but we believe it could be a topic of discussion for implementing into space and furthering humanity's space.
I absolutely agreed. As soon as perhaps the Turks are done talking with the Japanese, we should have a Asian Technological Council meeting to discuss what we want to do with something along those lines.
Yes, about the investment, 6 offices each way.
China has around 2 trillion that is able to invest, so that is no problem.
Alright, anywhere you want them in particular?
In the rural regions, if you could.
Alright.
Are you able to do any more than 100? As China, again, does have quite a lot of capital that they can be investing into SEO nations like yourself.
Unfortunately, no, you've invested too much. I'm now in debt.
I understand.
Negative 5 billion.
We could, of course, give you a load on that if needed. Obviously, the interest rate capped with inflation if you would like.
Unfortunately, the Korean economy is not in the best situation to be passing around loans as an idea.
Regardless, here's a small bit of capital to help with your situation.
Thank you.
As soon as we do have the ability to have a meeting, then I would love to have a talk with our Asian Technological Council and see what kind of AI applications we can begin to work on together.
Yes. Alright. Do you want me to just wait here or go somewhere else until we wait for Schwab to be
Up
done?
to you. But if you are in this VC, I don't want to hear an ongoing narrative, as I am the streamer.
Yeah.
Look at me.
Yeah.
Look at me, Jakey. I'm the streamer.
But what's the difference between being in the chat and being in the VC?
Because you'll interrupt me. You've done it before.
Alright, fair enough.
Completely. I always forget that you can actually give aid. Let me read that. No one wants to take our economic aid. That's unfortunate. What about Africa? Oh, it is a player on Ethiopia now. Micronesia has applied for SEO observer status. Sure. AI really hates economic aid. It really does. That is true. It didn't used to. They changed it. It used to be back in the day they'd pretty much like always accept it. But now it's very strange. They don't do it anymore. God damn. I wonder if they're going to change that in the 1.7 update. I'm guessing it's only if they have a massive debt / deficit. Yeah, they gotta have like no fucking money. But then again, oh no, they do. But Kenya has a deficit they didn't accept. But I'm sure there's an equation that goes into it that I don't know. So, yeah. Improve relations, that might do it, Mokolade. But I'm also not that invested in getting influence over these countries, to be honest. We need to see about a mutual investment pact. I think it is time that we go have a talk with Mr. Barack Obama. Please hold for Chairman Jintao.
Hello, Chairman.
Mr. Obama, it's a pleasure to speak with you. I don't think we've had a formal chance to have a conversation since I assumed office. It's been a little while.
Yes, though it does. But yes, though it is nice to hear from you, and US of course congratulates you on your successful rise to power within China.
Thank you. I am here only at the bequest of my mentor, the Honorable Chairman Zeman, a man who China will always remember. Mr. Obama, I think a talk between China and the United States is very overdue.
Yeah, so what do you, what comes to you to talk about?
We have a bit of a international restructuring. The old system is dead. With Russia's pariah status given their invasion of the Nordic region, China finds itself without its old allies. That alongside the new alliance that India has chosen to cooperate with and the very extreme dog, is there any way you can get rid of that static? It is really annoying.
Let me. Is that better?
Yes, it is. Thank you.
Thank you.
Given India's flirtation with the far right and fascism, we are finding ourselves with very few allies internationally. I know that both of our countries have been rivals in many ways for quite some time, but I hope that you now have the maturity to understand that you are dealing with an equal and not a lesser nation, given that our GDP has surpassed yours now. I do not wish to say this to lord it over, but rather hope that America no longer talk down to China as they have done in the past, and that we can cooperate on an equal footing.
Yes, US is fine to do that. Whether we know such things would not have happened under the Bushes, but under Obama, I am more open-minded when it comes to such things. Though I do wish to address Russia's. We do feel that Russia has destabilized Europe,
We agree.
In which US has left Europe, but we do find it troubling that the Russians will not.
We
at
agree.
all-
We are in talks for Germany to join the SCO, and with that, we are also in talks to create a mutual defense pact. We see the security of Central Asia and Europe, especially Eastern Europe, to be of very extreme concern, and wish to work to obviously isolate Russia from the international community. I hope that your administration shares that objective, President Obama.
Yes, we do. We
good to
do
hear.
seek the common agreements, and I would also like to say that US has started to, for now, ever since my inauguration in 08, we have started to tackle the carbon emissions issues that America faces really hard.
We did watch your promises of working towards climate change to be very, very promising, and we are glad to see the United States following in the footsteps of China to stand by our promises at the Paris Climate Accords to do so. As you know, China is well over 60% reliant now on nuclear energy, with our obviously research into fusion energy getting more traction by the day. So, Mr. Obama, I am suggesting something then in these talks here. You obviously have your alliance, the Monroe Alliance, which I believe is more of a defensive alliance than an economic one. China does now have pretty much sole dominion, though that will change as Germany enters the SCO over the Shanghai Cooperation Organization, though it is an economic and a very decentralized system, very different than the Monroe Alliance that you have. I don't therefore see us having any conflicting interests that would stop us from beginning to cooperate more heavily. Obviously, I and my predecessor, Chairman Zeman, dog, that static's back. Is there any way? I don't know what's causing it, but...
Let me just turn off the fan. Is there?
Oh, it's a fan. Dog, it's hot in Europe. You can keep it on. It's fine. I don't want to make you sweat to death.
No, it's fine.
Sure? I don't want to kill you, man. I know you're
No,
affordable.
no, it's fine. It's
Alright.
a lot cooler today than it was. It's
Alright.
fine.
Sounds good. I was not willing to cooperate with your predecessor, Bush, as he was very hostile to China and did a lot of very dangerous actions internationally, especially in the Middle East. But given I have really liked what I've heard from your campaign promises and what I've seen in your policy, I think we can begin potentially to build a good relationship between the United States and China. There's no reason we need to compete when there is so much at stake in the international community.
Yes, we would very much love to agree with that. I am willing to see China as an equal in a way.
In a way? Would you like to
Well-
clarify that, Mr. Obama?
The Democrats, under my administration, will see you as an equal. I don't think you'll get the same sort of talk from the Republicans.
I understand. In that case, I have two things to start off with. To begin, I would like to sign a non-aggression pact with the United States so that we can begin to negotiate not from a place of obviously worry that we may have any sort of military crisis in the future.
Yes, I would be willing to sign this, and I will happily sign it.
Wonderful. The other thing is, China is looking for economic partners, given that our old one in Russia is dead. We are cooperating with Germany, but we would like to propose the idea of economic cooperation between the United States and China. We already do a lot of exports to you. Your corporations obviously have huge stakes in a lot of industrial exports from my country. But China now has the wealth and the developmental capital to also begin to help rebuild the United States, particularly your rural Rust Belt, which I'm sure would help you show up a lot of voters in the upcoming elections. Would the United States be open to a mutual investment pact?
Yes, we would do, as I do know that the Rust Belt is in a need of revitalization efforts. We will be willing to sign a mutual pact with you, as we have also started to de-escalate trade and
Good.
agreements with the Commonwealth of Nations due to that. We have found
That's
well,
another
Canada
point I'd
has-
like to get to in a minute, but to start with, as a part of this investment deal, China would like to ask that, as part of this mutual investment deal, that we both mutually agree to not in the future invest or economically cooperate with any nations that work with Russia, as we must make sure that they understand that there are consequences for their actions in Eastern Europe.
You have my word and agreement.
Wonderful. In that case, China would like to suggest at the very least that we commit to a 1 trillion in mutual investment.
Yes, so we can agree to that.
Wonderful. Are you seeking primarily civilian industry or office complexes?
Offices would be best, as we wish to promote a more, as we wish to not, help the emissions by building more factories.
Of course.
Right, so, what would you like from America?
Office complexes as well, if you could.
Yeah, just get the money from it.
I'm doing my best to prioritize swing states here for you. I know how your politics in America can be quite a nuisance.
Well, considering next year the Republicans will be attempting to push me off my presidential, yes, we know.
Well, I hope that this will do some small measure in ensuring that you do well in the polls next election cycle.
Yes.
The last thing I wanted to discuss before I take my leave, I'm very glad that these talks have gone well and we were going to build a relationship on equal terms, is the situation regarding the, what are they calling themselves? The Commonwealth issue. India is, as you know, becoming very dangerous, Canada as well, and I know that Britain is going back to monarchism. My issue is not with their politics, although it is cause for concern, but rather their decision to remove themselves from the Nuclear Non-Proliferation Treaty. I'm sure you've seen that in the news.
Yes, I do not. I have already had talks with Canada, and I have already told them that if they continue this path, US will not be trading with them.
That is exactly what I was going to suggest. I think that if the United States and her allies and China and the SCO were to mutually put out a statement that any countries not in the Nuclear Deproliferation Treaty would be completely cut out of all economic relationships and deals, would send a very, very strong message. Wouldn't you agree, President Obama?
Yes, I fully agree.
Wonderful. In that case, I'm glad to hear that you are also committed to this. China takes nuclear deproliferation very seriously, and we hope the United States could be a partner in ensuring this.
Yes, but we would also like to suggest that if they do not agree with this, we may have to find a way outside of the security of the United Nations Security Council because of sanctioning them. We may have to sanction them individually.
China is more than willing to do so.
Yes, I do believe if we were to put it towards the Security Council, Britain would veto it.
Agreed. And I think given a change of government to a monarchist system in the United Kingdom, we need to also we need to consider the possibility of the United Kingdom's removal from the Security Council.
That has not been done in ages. How?
Would you really like to see a veto vote in the hands of a monarch? As an American, you must be similar to China in finding that to be preposterous.
I have already talked to the UK and I said I do not at all support the monarchy. I don't mind it being a constitutional monarchy, but if I've already told him that if the Queen does take power,
if the monarchy has executive powers in the United Kingdom, they are not a democracy anymore. I would propose something a little radical here, President Obama. If the United Kingdom does decide to take a monarchist path and have the Queen take, I mean, effectively total power over the United Kingdom, I suggest that we both do not acknowledge the United Kingdom as a legitimate government and use that legal loophole to get them out of Security Council, suggesting that the United Kingdom no longer exists.
yes, you would have my support in that. Though it has seemed to be that with my worry in de-escalation of relations in Canada, Canada may militarize the border with me, which is something that I've had
That's
talks with the
unfortunate,
US.
but I'm sure you're more than capable of dealing with a Canadian invasion. This isn't the War of 1812 we're talking about here. Also,
No,
you
the
have
U-
only done 3 investments into China.
Let me. Yeah, I'm doing more.
What's up, Fury? Game's going really well. What's up, Dolphin? Dolphin, do you have another new account? I swear to God. What are you doing in other people's chats that gets all your accounts banned, Dolphin? I swear. Dog, there's been so many. You've had like at least like 6 to 12 accounts, I swear.
Did that one go through?
Yes, it did. It did. I just assume you're going in the Amaranth or Pokimane channel and just simping way too hard and getting your account banned on Twitch. Am I right, Dolphin? Forgetting shit, man. Oh, okay, yeah, fair. That's valid. Dog, write your password down. Goddamn. Ideal combat
Right.
width depends on the division. 44 is a good one.
I believe they. I believe we are at equal. I believe investments. If my math is right.
Let me take a look.
One,
You have done half of the amount. Actually, less than half. You did 4. I did, I think 8 or 9. Let me look. 1, 2, 3, 4. Oh yeah, because you didn't accept some of them. I see. Okay. Yeah, we are equal right now.
yes.
I'll
But,
do the rest of them as soon as my slots open back up.
Yes. Same as I will do the rest as well as soon as my open, because.
It's a
But
good beginning.
yes,
It's a good start.
yes. I do agree that that UK will. I do believe the UK is the one that is fueling its allies to become a nuclear state.
I agree. I think we need to put pressure upon Bangladesh and Australia to also leave this alliance, as they're both a lot more reasonable. Do you have a relationship with President Howard?
I have also turned down investments with India. I did have before a mutually beneficial relationship with India, but with their, as before stated, with their rise of nationalism, the United States can't be making deals with nations that are going down the path of extremist right-wing ideologies.
Indeed. We must stand up against it. If there's nothing else, President Obama,
No, there is nothing else.
it's good to speak with you, and I'm glad the United States and China are finally on an equal footing and the same page for the first time in quite a while. So, we're entering a new era, Mr. Obama. I'm looking forward to cooperating with you in it.
Yes, I look forward to cooperating with you with China as well.
Alright, we're free for the first time in a while. Why not Puppet Mongolia and what happened to the relationship with Russia? Because we're playing like a really Western cooperative China, so we won't do extreme stuff like that. We're not going to fight wars, we're not going to puppet people. We're becoming, basically, we are a superpower. We are the superpower. I didn't realize that, but I just saw that. Actually, India might be one. Nope. We're the only superpower on the Earth right now. We are a superpower. We have 16.4% of the global economy. The United States, we knocked off of superpower status. They're just a great power now. We're the only superpower in the world right now. So, as such, we have basically done the proper peaceful rise of China, and we've integrated ourselves into international community and made a really a real hybrid version of socialism and capitalism. So we're really integrated in the global community. We've also made our copyright laws in line with the international community. We have implemented a second 100 flower campaign, which opened up the internet entirely, so there's no great firewall. So it just would be in line with what we're doing. What's up, Samurai? How's it going? Russia attacked Latvia and puppeted them, so we kicked them out of the SCO. They took Central Asia with them. Okay, we gotta have a talk with the Japanese and the Koreans in a minute here. What year does this game end? We haven't set a date for it, Michael. We're gonna just keep going until the roleplay gets dry. This is a tiered game, so it's with the really good like role players in the server. And I don't really want to put a time limit on it. Like I said, we're going to keep this game going until we see the roleplay quality start to drop. As soon as the roleplay quality starts dropping and people see, like, or just have less interest in the game, we'll announce, like, one more session, then we'll end it. But things have been really good so far. It's still really positive, so we'll see. How'd you fuck up, Jakey? What'd you do? I want to work on satellites, but that menu lags the game so much. Also, let me read the last couple focuses we did. Electronic industry. Our traditional industry has tended to center around low-tech sectors such as textile industry. If we are to become a modern, developed country, we should facilitate the informatization of our industrial development. Huawei. In the area of telecommunications and consumer electronics, Huawei is one of the most innovative firms worldwide. We should support this rising tech giant. We also have the ability to blow up Huawei phones if they're in the hands of foreign governmental officials we don't like, so that's a real plus. Omu, did you ever had a quick EU4 game? Like, what do you mean a quick EU4 game, Condor? Bro, that fucking in Myanmar has been going on for fucking forever. The Civil War? Yeah. 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 Yes, it has. That's what happens when you have an authoritarian, militaristic, jingoistic government that doesn't want to, like, make peace with rebel groups. So, you know. Lenovo. Lenovo is rapidly increasing its share of the laptop market and is making strides in its smartphone, software, and television industries as well. Its activities could benefit from state assistance. We're heading towards quality engineering. We really want to get that one done. We're also going to get another research slot here, as China is quickly becoming one of the world's most advanced technological developers, like, period. We have a lot of political power. Is there anything we can do with that at this point? I'm going to decrease police funding a little bit here. We've done pretty much everything else. We're gonna have to start using our political power for influence on other countries, which we'll just roleplay out basically. So I'll wait on that just a minute. I'm gonna grab my coffee. I made it and I completely forgot. I'll be right back. Oh, where the fuck did the music go? Oh. Come on. Don't fucking freeze, computer. I swear to God. I need to get an SSD, man. I've still got a hard drive. Alright. This is copyrighted, but I don't give a shit. It's fine. I won't make $2 off of a YouTube video, which is a tragedy, so it's fine. Me and Wata did a speedrun on Civil War in Liberia. Hmm. I really want to. Hold on, I'm being indecisive of music. Give me a second. I gotta replay this. I really like this. This is like one of the few Chinese like playlists I really like that I've found. I looked around a lot. It's hard to find good stuff. You know what really slaps? Chinese military music, man. Y'all know I don't care for the CCP, but goddamn, can they make good music? I haven't played it in a while. Actually, let me do that. We got a bit of a lull here before we gotta really go hard again. I already played that playlist though. I don't know why my computer is really lagging right now. Let me check that. What the fuck's going on? No, I don't have anything else running. That's weird. This is a good one. I'll play this in a minute. Actually, I'll play it now. We'll play the military music later. We have a very big intelligence agency at this point, which does fit kind of where we're at present. I really didn't expect us to get this powerful so quickly. It's only 2011, and we're a superpower. I mean, no one competes with us. Our total factory count isn't 717 either, just so y'all know. It is actually 1,061. We have 1,061 factories right now, because this doesn't show office complexes, which is where a lot of your GDP will come from in Millennium Dawn. So we're pretty fucking strong right now. And we did it peacefully too. No posturing, no warmongering, no purging, no stealing of any copyrighted stuff. We did it legit. This is what China should have done, but culturally this wasn't going to happen, which is a shame. Right, you can't spam these anymore. I forgot they changed it. It used to be you could just spam spread influence to get a lot over a country, but they make you do one at a time now. We are going to go try and talk with the Australians and the Bangladeshis to see if we can try and pressure them to get out of their little monarchy club. Triple digits? Like, they are both busy. Hello there.
Hello.
President Cardoza, pleasure to speak with you.
Pleasure to speak to you too.
I thought a conversation was in order, given that we are fellow members of the BRICS organization, and the very extreme actions by one of our members recently, I think, has kind of put that organization into question. Or BRIC, I apologize.
Yes. Have you heard of the recent scandals going on within the nation of Brazil?
We know that you have been struggling with corruption for quite some time,
Yes.
and that also you are beginning to have a very dangerous rise to power by some very populist groups, I believe.
Well, I wouldn't call it dangerous, but more acquitted to what has been going on in the nation at this time. has been a lot of high-level corruption within the government, and not just that, but exploitation of many corporations around the world that have kept their, how do I put this into words, have kept their corruption hidden by a wall of smoke and mirrors. While it may seem they have been helping it, some of the money has perhaps gone missing or been used for their own gain.
Indeed. I did just see that statement. That is very disturbing. How is your government reacting to this, President Cardozo? What steps do you currently take to deal with this crisis?
We are currently under a mass. We are currently under the operation of Car Wash. We are currently handling this in a internal investigation, not just by our own government, but by outside officials from the international parties of corruption.
That's good to hear. Is there anything my government or my country can do to assist you in that?
This is all an internal matter. I don't think any outside help would improve this situation, as there has been quite an increase in neutrality within the whole nation. A few months ago, polls were made across the whole nation, and there has been a growing distrust towards the American states.
I know the Monroe Alliance has probably put a lot of pressure upon your government in South America as a whole, as it could be seen as very threatening given their historical relationship with South American governments.
Mm-hmm. Well, there were many good deals made. There were also many unfortunate things which came out of it, such as the exploitation of workers, the own gain from certain corporations that can be traced back to be American owned.
I do apologize, President Cardozo. I'm gonna have to cut this short as the conversation is needed with President Erdogan. President Erdogan.
Hello, welcome to my palace in Ankara. Hu Jintao.
We are formally asking you to stop all troop movements in the Kurdistan region until the Chinese government has had time to speak with you regarding this very dangerous situation.
Alright, I will stop it. But it takes a while. Let me wait. I need to talk to my generals. Mercan! Okay, he knows it.
President Erdogan, your actions here are beginning to become more and more dangerous. You are, of course, a fellow SCO member, but your actions in the surrounding countries have become increasingly dangerous, and you are becoming a bit of a threat to Central Asian and Middle Eastern security here. What provocation do you have to declare war on the Kurds like this, besides your historical dislike for them?
Mr. Chairman, I think that you are not well informed about the Kurdish issue.
Perhaps not.
They are directly connected to the terrorist attack before a few years, and I did a statement about this. A PKK attack in Istanbul airport. 239 international guests died. Got injured, and 41 Turks died in this day. And our investigators researched for over 10 years this issue, and we have classified information that the state that is not even recognized by the world of Kurdistan has direct connections to them. And the people of Kurdistan are directly connected to Turkey. We have the same history and we will have the same future. I'm stabilizing the Middle East, which on my efforts in Iraq proves. Iraq is as rich
so I assume
as
that
they are never before.
You plan on changing their government to one not associated with these rebels and pulling out of the region then?
I can do a referendum if they want to join our states. Or let me be frankly. I will not tolerate any Kurdish state because it could destabilize the entire being of Turkey. Since we have a lot of Kurds in our nation, and they are very happy. So I will not support a Kurdish state for stability in the Middle East.
China will not stand for the annexation of Kurdistan, and we had hoped to hear news regarding your plans to release an independent Iraq with a sovereignly elected government there as well.
They wanted to be a part of the nation. You cannot harm the will of the people.
Mr. Erdogan,
Hu
this is a
Jintao,
private call.
I
You
have
do not
respect
need
for
to.
you.
You do not need to put on pretensions with me.
I have great respect for you, but I hope that you will not put your nose into the affairs of the Turkish nation.
Unfortunately, you have
focus on
chosen to
Russia.
involve yourself in foreign affairs, and that is where China, which is now the global superpower, will need to look very differently on your actions. When we first established our relationship, as you know, China was much weaker. We were not respected by the international community, and we lacked the resources to ensure stability internationally.
But not
China
on Turkey.
remembers well what warmongers do when they enter a country. There was a time when our now friends in Japan destroyed our people, destroyed our country, and attempted to eradicate our culture. China will not stand for countries doing something like this internationally. I wish to cooperate with you, President Erdogan, as we do have a relationship, and in the past, I respected your actions. But what you're doing in the Middle East cannot stand.
Hu Jintao, it seems that you are an enemy of the Turkish people. You support
Anyone who disagrees
the
with you is
Kurds
an
that are
enemy,
killing our
President
nation.
Erdogan. That is disappointing. I thought you were more reasonable than that.
I am. The Kurds want to see my people die. They want to divide the Kurdish and the Turkish, but we are one. If it would be another case, I would support you. I would even, I wouldn't do such actions like this.
Why must you
But I need
incorporate
to
them? Why
react.
can you not simply ensure that a proper government, one that is not hostile to Turkey, is implemented in that region?
Because we need to give them the stability. Nobody can give the Kurds the stability like we do. We have centuries of history together. We know them. We are the same as them. We need to be connected. You can investigate on this. But I will not
know
tolerate
well of
any
your connection to the
actions.
Kurds. That does not give you the right to annex them. Much like it does not give the ability to continue to occupy Iraq. I thought there would be a roadmap to independence there.
Listen, I just hope for you to focus on somewhere else. Look at the actions of the Russians or at the Kabi alliance
came
that
here
is forming against China.
Under good terms with your government. I wish to try and have a discussion with you in private before I take this to the Americans and the international body, which will look and want much harsher actions here, President Erdogan.
It would not be good for the future of the entire world. Turkey is not the old Turkey anymore. We are way
That we are
more,
keenly
way
aware of.
stronger. That's really true. I mean, we are directly we have an alliance with Japan.
I will
and
not
with,
sit here and debate this
Arabia
anymore
and
with you.
others.
President Erdogan, are you willing to work with me? If not, I will have to take other steps.
I see this as an insult over the Turkish nation, so no.
Thank you
And
for
I will
your
leave
time,
the Shanghai
President Erdogan.
organization. Goodbye.
Try to find where the fuck the USA is. 1 second.
It will be raised, though I do believe it will probably be vetoed by one or the other
President
Security
Obama.
Council members, but it should go
Oh,
through.
as long as it's noticed, it's fine for me.
Yes, because... Is there anything else I can help you with?
Not currently. I will head back. Thanks. Thanks for the help.
Mm.
President Obama, do you have a moment?
Yes, sure, I was just overseeing
Good.
new launches
Given our
and stuff.
newfound cooperation and the mutual interests we share, I'd like to have a very frank discussion with you about the steps we can take to ensure that Turkey is not allowed to continue to occupy Middle Eastern countries without any action being taken. I assume you view this as an issue much like we do.
Yes, I was just actually talking to the Bangladeshian envoy. He has also raised the concerns that there should be sanctions placed upon Turkey for abruptly, imperialistically attacking Kurdistan, who was relatively independent and neutral in the terms of the world.
I would like to suggest, frankly, a pretty radical proposal here.
Yes, go on.
As you know, China now has a very large and very powerful fleet, as does the United States. I would like to propose a formal blockading of all of Turkey. Not allow any goods to leave or come in. Effectively cut them off from the international markets and until such time as President Erdogan realizes that his actions will mute a fitting response.
I agree with this, though we will have to also be prepared in the event that he tries to break the blockade with military force.
I do hope that the United States Navy is capable of dealing with that eventuality.
Yes, we are.
It's good to hear.
In fact, we will move our navy that was in the North Sea. We will move our Western fleet into the Eastern Mediterranean Sea now as we speak.
Good. I am finishing up a revamping of our fleet as out of roleplay. I have been producing ships all game that were empty, and I didn't realize it, and someone told me about it in between sessions, so I need to fix that.
Yes.
But, wonderful.
Yes, we also, yes. Because I do frankly, but we do have bases that we can also offer you naval bases in the Persian Sea if you wish to dock your navy at all.
That would be very appreciated, as we do not currently have a staging point in that region.
US, despite giving up its Kuwait base, we do still have the Bahrain base, so that is still able to operational and give you. We will offer you. Offer you naval access with Bahrain. You can resupply there without issue.
Fantastic. I will be sending a large portion of my fleet on over to the region. Would you be willing to make a joint statement and try and find more partners to help us economically blockade them? I hope you have also already embargoed them, as we have done so.
Yes, we have embargoed them. In fact, they were actually receiving US aid, I believe, which is also cut off from. Yes, we have also embargoed them right now. They are embargoed by the US.
It's good to hear.
Yes, our fleets are our fleets have full jet capacity, so we will be maintaining a constant air reconnaissance of the area.
Wonderful. I will send the remaining part of my fleet over right now. Give me just a moment. So Kuwait City, or which one is it? I know you have the one in Qatar. Okay.
It's Bahrain.
Yep, I'm on my way. Very well. I will work on putting out a statement right now about the embargo upon Turkey. I do expect, frankly, some pretty concrete actions from the Russians, and I'm sure Turkey will immediately align themselves with them.
Yes, Russia will probably align with them. Yes, that is probably. But we will maintain this blockade, and Mr. Erdogan has to realize that he cannot restore the Ottoman Empire that he so claims to wish to restore.
Of course. You're in full agreement. In that case, I will leave you, as there's several recalls I need to make, Mr. Obama. I am glad to be continuing to cooperate both on economic and security matters, and my fleet will be docking in Qatar within the month.
Yes, we thank you.
Thank you for your time. All right, we're going to put out a statement right now. United States and China blockade Turkey. Unfortunately, out of roleplay, this is going to result in Turkey and Russia working together, so we're about to see a lot of collaboration there. Due to the dangerous and unjustified actions of the Turkish president, who has chosen ambition and greed over peace and prosperity, the world's two superpowers, they're not a superpower, but we're going to be polite, have decided to entirely blockade all Turkish ports and not allow any goods to move in or out of the country until and I can type and talk, till such time as they have pulled out of the occupied regions in the Middle East. China takes her commitment to international peace very seriously, and such actions will not be tolerated. My God, I can't spell. Chinese citizens who no longer like turkey, please substitute Peking duck on all the sandwiches. Hell, man. We find a blockade picture, too. Man, why the fuck is my computer being so slow? I swear to God. I'm gonna threaten to beat it. That usually helps. I will pull RAM out of you while you are still on. That's what I thought. There we go. It loaded. Chinese. You're mining Bitcoin on my computer. Nice. Why would you mine Bitcoin when you could mine Ethereum, though? Just saying. Actually, they're phasing that out, aren't they? I saw that update. Chinese fleet. What the fuck is my computer doing, man? There we go. My God. This music's very dramatic. Gotta say, goddamn. Bear with me. Maybe my drivers are out of date or something. I'll have to do a check tonight. It's a long stream today, by the way, guys. We got a tiered Millennium Dawn game, and then when that is done, we also have an Old World Blues game tonight where I'll be role-playing Kaiser's Legion. So it's a very, very long stream. I haven't done one of these in a while. If my computer makes it through this, it's really struggling right now. Of all those office buildings you are constructing, there are some amazing office document meeting wars happening in China with that music going. Life, death, and double spacing. Yeah, damn right. There's nothing like doing a documentation of international trade of, you know, Hasbro toys to the United States that fits this music quite right, you know. Come on, computer, you can do it. Going back to their playlist, I liked it more. There we go. My God, I had to fight this fucking thing for this. If this is a WebP file, I am gonna murder someone. All right, we're good. Should probably ping Inbo as well.
Greetings.
Hello there.
Alright, Korea has seen the Chinese blockade of Turkey, and as a fellow member of the SEO would like to extend its hand for the Korean fleet to aid in that effort.
We would be very appreciative of you doing so, as we do see it as of pinnacle importance that we do not allow them to just continue to maintain their markets, given the very extreme actions that they've taken.
Korea agrees.
If you would be willing to blockade the Mediterranean alongside us, we could use a larger force in that region.
Yes, I would just like to suggest that they do have ports in the Red Sea that would need to be blockaded. Perhaps Korea could split its fleet in two and take both.
That would be very appreciated.
Alright, I'll make a post about this now.
Perfect. What the fuck are the Solomon Islands, Jarl?
Jesus Christ.
Yeah, son, don't you take that language of me. I need to get a white guy. That's true. Damn. We need to talk with the Australians too. It's been a while. Listen, I am playing Hoi 4 in a cool minute tingle. I took a break. I got tired of 14-year-olds yelling Panzerlied lyrics at me every time I play this game, so I took a break. Or talking about the benefits of 40 width division tanks, which I could give a shit about. Ottoman, it is negative. What's up, Osman? Yeah, it's a very strong Turkey, this game. I'm curious to see how they'll respond to the blockade. Nothing so far.
Out of RP, I can't reach the Red Sea because it's blocked.
Just say it. Just say in the roleplay you're doing it. That's all that matters.
Yeah, Yemen. Alright, should be taking my lead.
Very well.
Sorry, and also, we want to organize that PTS meeting.
Yes, as soon as possible. Is Japan for you currently?
We're currently talking to the Brazilians.
That's a shame.
But yes, once they're free, just come talk to me and I will arrive.
Very well. We're going to start to influence Eastern Africa because we've been doing that in a roleplay. Yeah, I love it when people complain about how they don't understand Navy but spend 100 hours researching tank templates but can't spend 50 minutes to watch a YouTube video of you should probably do this. Yeah, true. That's like every fucking Hoi comp player, man. They don't know shit about Navy, but they know like every type of like tank combo. Naval combat is so much more interesting and it's more complex. Changed my mind. Hello.
I'm Hu Jintao.
What can I do for you?
This is the Chancellor of Germany, Angela Merkel. For the phone. I believe that you have imposed a naval blockade on Turkey.
We have already implemented alongside our friends in the United States.
Is this a joint SCO blockade, or is this...
This is an independent action taken by China. The SCO is not a military agreement, and as such, they have no obligation to follow our actions.
As you know, Germany has good relations with Turkey, really good relations, and I think we do understand what... I think we do.
You are going to continue to maintain their relations with Turkey, given their annexation of Iraq and Kurdistan?
This is why I'm here, Mr. Hu Jintao. We sympathize with your problems and with the
Do not sympathize with my problems. Sympathize with the problems with the occupied region of the Middle East.
As I was about to say that, I sympathize with the problems of the Middle Eastern people, and we'll be talking with Turkey, and we'll be giving them a short notice of what Germany holds the future for Turkey.
I do hope at the very least we will see a German embargo on Turkish products and not import any of their goods.
I don't think we can really do that right now, Mr. Chairman, but I believe that in the future, I think we will do it. We'll do it if, of course, Turkey pursues this war path of theirs.
Pursue it. They're already entirely in it.
I understand, Mr. Chairman, but
my understanding was that Germany was a democratic government that valued the rights of the people to implement their own systems. It seems very strange for me to be reminding a German of this when I am Chinese, but am I wrong in that?
And that is why we have saved the French teacher that was arrested in India, illegally arrested in India for teaching communism. Should understand it's illegal in India, but I don't think he should be arrested for teaching. Not only that, we've also allowed French schools to be in Germany. I believe we also defend the most simple, most basic democratic principles. And I think that starting with this was such a good friend, as was Turkey, that are now doing this. I don't think it's good. I don't think it's healthy for any nation to immediately cut ties with the relations between.
You don't think it is reasonable for a country that has annexed 2 sovereign nations to cut ties with them?
Mr. Chairman, get this. You have a best friend for years, and all of a sudden he does big wrong moves. I just all of a sudden gonna punch him in the face.
I think
after
if we
all
want to
those
if we want to
years
use your analogy, it's like I have a very good friend. I find out one evening in the news that he has murdered 2 hookers for his sexual thrills. I would find it very hard to sit in the same room with him, let alone continue to maintain the same relationship I had with that individual before.
Well, I think I don't understand your analogy, and we can use analogies back and forth, but I don't think it would be nice for Germany to completely cut ties. And of course, we will be severing relations. We will be severing our relations with Turkey, but I don't believe we are going to completely cut relations with Turkey. I think you should understand, Mr. Chairman.
Unfortunately, I do not. You may do as you like, but I must say I do find this to be very disappointing. I did expect better of Germany, I'll be honest.
I understand you expected better of us, and we are trying the best of the best, even though we're in a fractured continent, which is Europe, of course, surrounded by people we don't really think are democratic. But I hope in the future you understand. You will understand. But right now we will not be fully cutting relations with Turkey. But in the future, as I said, after he continues to pursue this active path, we will cut ties. And if they do negotiate with countries that are deemed quote-unquote terrorists, kind of, I do understand that half societies are not fully terrorists, but they have taken a more radical turn. But we will be seeing what Turkey do in the future, and if it's anything that is anti-democratic or that Germany does not seem deemed fit for the people of the Middle East, we'll be cutting ties with them severely.
We wish you the best with your perspective on that.
Well, thank you, Mr. Chairman. I hope you understand me. Thank you.
Thank you. Alright, we have a very weak Germany. That's unfortunate. I didn't realize that they would go that path. That's a shame. We have a... Sorry, God, damn it, man. My analogy stood up. Fuck you. Yep. Yeah, the Russians are already cooperating with the Turks. Let's go talk with the French if they're free. Nope. It seems like the French and the Turks are really heavily cooperating together. Your ship name. What was your ship name called, Tingle? I was a little busy there. What do you want it called? Italy was split up by the AI, Linzar. They got divided by the AR a while back, so now there's like a North and a South Italy, essentially, in the roleplay. It was an AI that did it, though, so no one roleplayed it out or anything. It's kind of happened. It was really weird. I've never seen that happen before. Flying, deal with it, LLC. Sure. Here you are. I'll read this one out. I didn't read this earlier. Chinese tech dominance. Now that our major tech companies have received sufficient support from the state, we can establish China's dominance over the global technology industry. Last way, quality engineering. Quantity has tended to trump quality in terms of our industrial development. Now that we have become an advanced economic power, there is no longer needs to be the case. We'll get rid of Chabadota as well, which is really good. We are militarizing a little bit here, given the state of the world as well. Isn't there a button to upgrade like everything leading up to one of these? It's been a minute. I know there's a way to do this. What's the button to upgrade every piece of rail that leads up to the one that you're like clicking on? I know there's a way to do all of them at once so it doesn't take fucking forever. I know there is. I'm just forgetting what it is. What's up, Zedorpian? How you doing, man? Been a while. What's up, dog? Jakey's ship is better. 20% construction speed is really good, though. It is, Tajit, but roleplay-wise, we would be moving away from really cheap goods, so there's no reason for us to keep it, realistically. Not much. Been on holiday. Where'd you go, man? Hell yeah. Summer holidays. Yes, Jakey. Oh, I'm not gonna name a ship that in a roleplay game. If you have a real one, I'll name it something. Crete. Oh man, yeah, Crete is incredible, dude. I've been to the Greek islands. They were incredible. I've never been to Crete. I've always wanted to go. It looks absolutely beautiful. So, that's awesome, dude. Hope you had a good time. We could try and coup Ethiopia. Let's not do that. That might be really bad press, to be honest. Just explicitly cooing them.
The chairman,
Mrs. Merkel, what can I do for you?
something can do for me is what can you do about Turkey? They said they're gonna shoot down your ships if they,
That's a declaration of war.
and that's why it looks like that I'm no longer friends with them, Mr. Chairman. After a brief talk, well, they even threatened they could send terrorists to my country, and they'd send Syrian refugees to my country. I would like to say that
I warned you. That's all I can say here.
As you know, Germany will, of course, take this. And, well, you didn't really warn me. No matter what I did, I would still probably gotten kicked out by the Turkish. But, anyways, we will probably be embargoing Turkey after their statements and their actions.
It's good to hear.
Well, not for me, but it's the only
Not for the world, but we need to stand up for something, don't we, Mrs. Merkel?
Yes, Mr. Chairman, have to. Well,
I would then like to ask if you would consider embargoing Turkey formally.
yes, let me just make a press release over here and we're talking about that. I'm not gonna lie, I'm quite sad on the actions of Turkey, but I do understand for the good of the people of not only the Middle Eastern region, but of the world. Well,
It is necessary that we must do this.
yeah,
It brings
I
me no
understand.
pleasure to put China into a hostile position to Turkey, who we cooperated with heavily in the early days, especially of the SCO. But China, as I said before, takes our responsibility as the world's, one of the world's superpowers very seriously.
Well, we gotta be returning to Berlin at once, as I do not know what will happen. Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you. I'm gonna set up to something in the microwave. That's my something this morning.
Do you want to do a PTS meeting now? Because for once, Schwab's free.
Sure. Greetings.
Oh, hello.
It's good to speak with you, though these are very trying times and dangerous days, I'm sad to say.
Yes, indeed.
China would like to start by saying we are proud to announce that the lunar colony is doing quite well. We have around a dozen personnel there, a mixture of Koreans, Japanese, and Chinese, and we have reports that the establishment has gone very well. China is in the process of developing a portable small nuclear reactor, which we do plan on sending to the moon to act as a power source for the station in the future to maintain a long-term lunar colony.
Ah, that's very impressive, if I must say.
I mean, it is only through the collaboration of the former organization of JAXA and the former Chinese Space Agency that such a thing is possible. Divided, we can do little. Together, we can do much, President Hadayama. So, congratulations to you as well as in order. And to our friends in Korea, of course.
Yes, thank you. Thank you.
I heard from the President of Korea that you are interested in discussing AI applications. We do not make this common knowledge, but the Chinese government has already pursued a lot of very advanced AI technologies, which we've incorporated into a lot of governmental programs. We are, of course, happy to share this technology with our friends in Japan and Korea.
Yes, the Japanese government as well, and Japanese corporations, of course, are the ones leading the way in most research capacities in Japan. I know our governments, we have very differing economic systems, although I believe our interests in AI perhaps may be the same. If I'm honest, Japan also has, and we are very public about this, very advanced AI technologies as well.
Mm-hmm.
So
Of course.
we are very happy to hear our friends in China have taken the same interest in technologies that we have. They're very beneficial technologies, especially.
You know, I was trained in
humanity
a
itself.
STEM background. Many of the current leadership in the CCP and those I hold in very high positions have their place due to their knowledge of the sciences. I want modern China to be a scientific state, one based on principles, based on hard science, not just, obviously, words as they've been in the past. I find the applications of AI to frankly be absolutely almost limitless. There's many things that could be done in a manner controlled by AI and automated systems, and that's something that China is very interested in moving towards, as we are continuing to maintain a much higher quality of life for our citizens. I assume Japan is of a similar mindset.
Oh yes, absolutely. The quality of life, not just in Japan, but within the entire world, is of the utmost importance to the Japanese government.
I'm glad to hear that.
Yes, very much. We have been working.
We did also
very-
want to propose, frankly, another little bit of a radical idea to the Asian Technology Council. Although we wish to expand upon our lunar base and our lunar colony, and I think that is really going to be the future in near-Earth industrialization and operations, there has been a proposal given to me by one of our scientific teams that does suggest that a Mars colony would be doable within 10 years.
Well, has our rocket technologies really reached such a point, or perhaps will reach such a point? It's a very impressive feat, especially by our scientists.
Hold on, out of roleplay. Let me just check to make sure I have that right. That the technologies are actually doable. I could get there probably in around 10 years if I rush it, which I'm down to.
Yep. We would be very interested in such an amazing feat.
Would the other members of the Asian Technology Council be willing to commit to a space race wherein within 10 years we have an established Mars colony? It would be, frankly, very ambitious. We may not succeed, but what are we if we do not make very high standards for ourselves? It would really go a long way in establishing that the sphere of technological advancement and technological progress has shifted away from Europe and the West to Asia.
Yes, we would be absolutely willing to. We have heard much news about NASA and the new restructuring, and perhaps, and this may sound slightly aggressive towards the Americans, but perhaps it is time to remind them that the new era lies in Asia.
Indeed. I know that they have begun an asteroid mining program, which shows a lot of progress industrially speaking, and they do need to find ways to catch up to the Asian economies, but I think a Mars colony would really establish ourselves as the space organization on the planet.
Yes. And perhaps further establish the SCO and the PTC's standing as, if I must say, the world's largest and most advanced economies.
Precisely. We've heard nothing from Korea. What are your thoughts on this?
Yes, Korea fully supports the idea of a Mars colony and the further expansion of a space race.
Wonderful. That's good to hear. Is there anything else that was wished to be discussed at this technology meeting? As we do not, frankly, get the chance to do these very often, given the state of the world these days.
Not currently, although soon I may perhaps call you guys in again. My scientists have been working very hard on something that is very interesting. I'm sure you especially may find, Mr. Jintao.
I look forward to hearing what this is.
Yes. Of course, the press will also be notified as soon as you are.
Very well. If there's nothing else, then I think I will go ahead and take my leave, as there is a crisis developing in Turkey. It appears they are considering firing upon our blockade.
Ah. Yes, perhaps that may be more important in the discussion of technologies. The loss of human life is not something that is to be played with.
President Obama, have you heard the news? Hello?
Oh, sorry, my microphone was muted. Sorry, that doesn't help. Yes, we have heard the news that Turkey is threatening to open fire on US ships, of which I have already stated to him I will fire if he fires the first shot.
If he shoots at our ships, it would be an act of war. We are in agreement on this?
Yes, the US Navy has been ordered under the President's power as Commander-in-Chief. If he fires and it hits our ships, then it's war.
We are in agreement then.
May I understand that I believe we are on command. As I said, if any shots, as you guys said, if any shots fired at any of our ships will be an act of war. Germany will be backing up every single country. And
It is an act of war. Turkey has a pathway to de-escalate this situation. They're simply unwilling to take it, and war will not save them from the necessary actions here. I do see, though, that they have, of course, the support of Russia. That comes as no surprise. International pariahs seem to enjoy cooperating with each other, and the nations held captive in their alliance, such as Kazakhstan.
Yes, but I also do believe that Russian Navy intel or Russian Navy as capacity can't deal with China and American Navy. If Russia wishes to support Turkey, it is probably supplying them with trade, probably through the Black Sea.
Likely so. But if we also begin to put pressure and take away economic deals from Russia, we can alleviate that. Even if they get a lot of goods from Russia, they're still cut off from most of the international markets, and they're definitely feeling the pressure.
Yes. Yes, but I have warned him. If he wishes to fire on our ships, then the choice is with him. I will not back down from his actions.
Very well. Nor will I. But you're in agreement then, President Obama?
Yes.
In times such as these, we must remember that it is our responsibility and is for our own betterment. While I do have you here, President Obama, I'd like to congratulate you on your startup corporations that are beginning early levels of space mining. It is very impressive that the United States still considers the space race to be important, especially given that China and the Asian Technology Council have made a commitment towards establishing a Mars colony within the decade. So I'm glad to see that you also are committed to this process.
Yes, we are. In fact, we have also just brought a large asteroid into orbit, it seems.
Quite impressive. Quite impressive. Maybe if you get enough of those asteroids, you'll be able to build a bridge to Mars where you can find the Asia's Technology Council's great cities on it one day.
Yes, one day.
One day. Regardless, Mr. Obama, it's always a pleasure speaking with you. Is there anything else I can do for you?
No, it is good that you've come to me to talk on Turkey, in which I do believe that Turkey is feeling the pressure from us.
I do believe so. They're cut off from a large portion of the international community and obviously most of the Asian industrial exports. I believe you yourself make up around 10% of the global economy, and we make up 17, so it's over a fourth of the world's economy with us alone that they do not have access to.
Yes, of which I do believe Turkey will be trying to bring it to the UN that we're violating his waters, apparently.
Which is hilarious considering the fact that he has violated the territory of Iraq and Kurdistan. So
Yes.
it is laughable.
Yes.
Well, thank you for your time, President Obama. I wish to speak with you soon, and I wish you the best of
Yes.
luck in your asteroid business. Why not expand the freedom of religion since that aligns with you? I plan on doing so. I just haven't got around to it. We have some other focuses we need to do. First, we are going to be going down the secular path. So let me go ahead and read out what we're doing right now. The Beidou Navigation Satellite System. The Beidou Navigation Satellite System of the BDS provides all-time, all-weather, high-accuracy positioning, navigation, and timing services to our People's Liberation Army, greatly expanding our combat ability. In order to get a Mars colony established, we need to have modern satellite internet access. And in order to get to that, we need to get all the way down to this right here, which will take a while. So we're gonna really be cutting it close with where we can get there in 10 years. So we'll see.
Hello.
You follow Saul Goodman service. Hello there. What can I do for you?
Yes, we wish to speak to the Chinese about something we have found.
Of course,
our elections occurred, and we just noticed a rise of anti-DPP messages in Taiwan. And of course, we looked further into this, and we are a bit concerned that we have seen some sort of evidence that China might be interfering with Taiwanese politics regarding the anti-DPP campaigns.
Oh. We do provide support to the Kuomintang, but that is documented, I believe, is it not?
We haven't seen much documentation regarding that, though it could be there, Ryu.
It is fairly behind closed doors, and I'm not going to lie to you, we have been providing them support. If you would like to formally ask us to cut this off, as I suppose that could be seen as a pretty big breach of your politics, we would be willing to do so.
Yeah, it would be nice, as one, it would help us politically, but two, it would just make Taiwan look stronger. We would appreciate that if...
Very well. In that case, I do promise you that while I'm in power, there will be no continuations of those policies.
Thank you. We also are a bit concerned with the the Japanese. They have shown a bit of a support for the Turks, and of course we don't understand.
They have
this as
supported the
Turkey.
Turks. I'm not aware of that. Let me take a
Well,
look.
not support, but they haven't internationally condemned them, and they can still consider Turkey their friend. And we're just a bit concerned that Japan might not be going with the rest of the SCO. Of course, we're not with the SCO, so we're not quite sure what the formal SCO is. But I do know that Japan is on friendly terms with Turkey, if I am not mistaken. I just want if you could maybe try to convince Japan that Turkey is a
I'd be happy to have a talk with them, especially given that you, I believe, are still trying to move closer to the SCO. There's no reason for them to be causing issues.
Yeah, they are on friendly terms with them last time I checked. I could be wrong about that, but yeah, they have not shown much willingness to condemn Turkey, from what I believe.
That is very disappointing to hear.
Yes. I understand how they did not want to enforce the naval embargo. I understand that, but I haven't seen much condemnation from Japan. But that all is it. I'll be going now. And
Thank you for your time.
Goodbye.
Did you know you had rights? Is that Gucci? Is that Gucci or is it someone else? What's up, Saul? What's the political RP? Who are you gonna get as chairman? I'm gonna be staying with Hu Jintao for quite a while. I don't know if I'll actually ever change off of him this game. I'm role-playing the Shanghai clique takes basically total power, and we're gonna keep going with that. I haven't watched in a while. What happened to the beard? What's up, Milkman? I shaved it for a job interview, which didn't even work out, so it's kind of hilarious. But I'm regrowing it. I'm gonna keep it a lot shorter because I am dating right now, and well, anyway, I will keep it shorter, but it is gonna come back. Be a lot bigger than it was before. $25 days. Bitches like the beard. Women don't like usually big beards. Women don't care for big beards, as a general rule. They get in the way. Do you work out? A healthy mind is a healthy body. You know, my car has been really fucked up, and I finally just got it fixed, so I'm gonna start going back to the gym. I haven't been able to use my car for like a couple months, and I still need it. I put so much money in my car the last couple of months, man. Like, goddamn, it's been a lot. It's been a lot, and there's something wrong with my brakes now, so I need to get that fixed too. It's ridiculous. But yes, I am starting to go back to the gym again. I've stopped like going back to the gym a couple times in the last year. Mainly because of my car. I've had just so many car problems. And it's not easy to fix your car when it's a big thing, so. Working out does help, like, quality of mind so much, though. That's very true. I used to be fucking yoked, man, and I haven't been that way in a minute. It sucks. I really need to do that. Yeah, but doing it I recently started, I felt so much better after I worked out mentally. Dude, it's huge. Like, the mental change from, like, lifting and working out, like, your mental state is just so much better. It's ridiculous. Fully agreed. I want to keep an eye on this. I want to make sure that we get our operatives back. They've captured a few of them. Because we're training our fighters. Days. All right, we'll get a notification about that in a minute. All right, things are really heating up. There was a news post that said that the Republic of Turkey promotes shipments of millions of refugees from Afghanistan, North Africa, Syria, and Palestine, and Lebanon to Europe, and prioritize Germany. So we can talk to the Germans about offsetting that and taking some of those in if they need it as well. They're playing dirty.
Hello, Mr. Chairman.
Hello there.
Hello. This is Marco. I want you to know that our first electric car, is a mini prototype.
We saw the news. Congratulations.
Yeah. Congratulations to you too as well. Thanks China for helping the Volkswagen Group and these researches. It really means a lot.
On a very serious note, we need to discuss the situation with Turkey. We understand that they are pushing millions of refugees from their border into Europe and trying to get them sent to Germany. As far as China sees it, there's really two paths forwards, and we'd be open to assisting you with either one. Frankly,
I believe the German economy. Yeah, I believe we're most glad to accept. As you know, the German economy has been, for some reason, receding a lot. As you know, the GDP per se has been falling, and the GDP of Germany has been stagnated. But I think we most definitely need help, and I think we're glad to accept it.
So we see either two pathways forward here, and we'll help you with either one. The first option is that you could obviously build a hard border on the Greek and Turkish border, and with the EU, and obviously administer that to stop refugees. We'd be happy to help with that, along with obviously them coming from other means. The other is that you open your doors to all those refugees, and China would be willing to take in any immigrants necessary. We have a massive population, of course, and we would be willing to disperse those refugees over in China, give them good jobs, and incorporate them into Chinese society. It's either one is your choice.
The most problem of that is because if we do allow these refugees, they are in the hundreds. Excuse me, Mr. Chairman. Sorry, Mr. Chairman.
Bless you, Mr. Murphy.
No, thank you. as you know, they're in the hundreds, if not maybe millions, because these wars in Asia and in the Middle East
I know.
have been detrimental.
If you're not able to take them in, I do want to say that China is, and we could use more labor.
I do I do believe we can most definitely do that. Allow these people to come into Germany.
In that case, I'd like to propose an open door policy, where in China and Germany, have you formally joined the SCO, by the way?
FRP in the game, no, but we did make a verbal agreement on that.
Have you written out a statement for it?
Yeah, I think I did.
Do you want to write out a statement then saying that, like, as part of an SCO project, China and Germany are going to do an open door policy towards all immigrants and open arms, take all the refugees from the Middle East crisis in, and just incorporate them. So we're basically going to turn this around and just take all their people, essentially.
Yeah, I don't think I actually wrote a statement for it. Oh wow, I'm actually dumb.
So do you want to write out a statement saying you're joining the SCO, and then as part of that, we're gonna like do an SCO open door policy wherein we take all refugees?
Yeah, I'll do that already.
Cool. In the roleplay, the way I'll justify this is we're going to basically spread them out in China so that they can incorporate into Chinese society. With our education methods, it's not like Europe, so it'll be fine.
I mean, I'll tell you what, we have French, dude, we have French, German schools in this since France has been investing in schools in Germany, so education is the least problem here. I think we have the best education.
That's fair. You want to write that out, or do you want me to write it out as well?
I've got a lot of statements, but I don't. Yeah, I'll write it out.
That's good.
Get my hands ready. Jesus, so many statements today. Let me write it out.
It's been a very spicy day. Let's be honest.
Jeez, cars coming out, and then volunteers, and then. Oh
yeah.
Oh wow, my hands are hurting. Okay.
Too much typing.
Too much typing. Yeah.
It's okay.
I'm used to playing too much FIFA, but not too much typing. Alright, I'll go back to
Very well.
I'll write the statement. Thank you.
I'll write out a statement about our immigration policy as well, so I'm gonna go do that right now.
about the entry in it.
Sounds good.
Alright, thank you.
Alright, let me show you guys what's happening right now. So Turkey is trying to be a little bitch. They have done an open door policy. They're trying to ship a bunch of immigrants. According to the Turkish state, these are more Salafist criminals and murderers among the refugees, which they're not going to be there. We're going to be mostly regular people. So we're going to announce open door immigration policy. Due to China's wealth and abundance, we are always in need of workers wherever they are to be found. China, in cooperation with Germany, will be accepting all asylum seekers from the wars of conquest perpetrated by Turkey. China is easily able to incorporate such a small population, and after the proper courses in Chinese culture, they would easily be able to be incorporated into our state. China finds the usage of suffering refugees as a political and economic tool of Turkey to get around the blockade and their unacceptable actions in the Middle East to be laughable.
I'm interrupting. We're gonna do a rehost right now. It's halftime, basically. Spend 2 hours. So,
sounds good. We're going for 4 hours today then?
Yeah, till 5 p.m. EST, right? I believe, which is.
Yep, sure, works for me. Oh yeah, we started late, didn't we?
You think we should do a UN meeting, or you think we should wait a bit more?
We haven't had one today, have we?
Yeah, but it hasn't been 2 years. That's a problem.
Has it not been 2 years? We've been going really slow, haven't we? Goddamn.
You had started in 2011, so yeah, I think after the 3 shows, we're not gonna do UN meeting. Only at 2013, then we might do it. Let's start 2013. We think about that.
Sounds good to me.
Yeah. Okay. I'll tell everybody else to host, and the UN meeting will not happen in another year. Right. Good.
Sounds like a plan. to be laughable. If Turkey wishes to send their people away, that is their choice. Then I'm gonna find a picture of Hu Jintao laughing. Fuck you! Come on, internet browser, you piece of shit! Fuck you. Every time I try and use my internet browser while playing MD and streaming is having a stroke lately, I swear to God. Hu Jintao laughing. There's nothing that pisses me off more than slow technology. Swear to God. Google Chrome try to work challenge impossible. Yeah, you right. You right. God damn, you right. You right. Fucking hell. There's the perfect image too. I see it right there. It's got a Getty Images print over it. Fuck you. You know what? I'm using it anyway. Fuck you, Getty. I don't give a shit. It's too good of a picture. Oh, it's official. It's got the Getty Image watermark on it, so you know it's an official picture.
Hey, just to interrupt you, we're probably gonna have a UN meeting because everybody wants to a UN meeting.
I figured.
More
A
like
lot's happened.
emergency. Yeah, so I wouldn't want to do it, but you know, everybody wants to. So, if you can start the stage for me, I'll go warn everybody else.
Jarl, if
Thank
you're
you.
trying to peacefully annex Indonesia, dog, that's just not realistic. I don't know if that's what you're doing, but I'm just gonna throw that out there. There's no way Indonesia would work with you, dog. That would not happen. Okay, cool. I figured. Alrighty. We have a UN meeting. It should be interesting given that so much has fucking happened, like goddamn. Let's get right on in there. I never changed my name today, did I?
Wait everybody to come in, and when everybody's in, I'll start the meeting. Check everybody else.
Look up in the news? Oh, dude, give me a second. Oh, I think I'm gonna go take a piss, actually. Be right back.
Alright, I'll take 3 minutes. I think everybody's in. There's still some going on, but they're FK. Wait a little bit more. If they're still FK, then we'll start a meeting without them. Okay, looks like no one else is gonna go in. Okay, I'll begin the Nations meetings. As you guys know, if anyone would like to speak, would like to raise your hand, please raise your hand if you'd like to speak. And the propositions will be done. If anyone would like proposition to the UN meeting, the UN, just send my DM and I will put it out in the news TRP. Okay, so I'll begin the start. Would anyone like to raise your hands? Okay. The UN recognizes the representatives of South Korea. Or sorry, Korea.
Thank you. Fellow delegates, I forgot what the date was, so I was hoping to vote in. The Korean ship was on I can't speak. A Korean ship that was on a regulated supply run to fuel Korean efforts in the Mediterranean was struck by a Turkish missile just off the coast of Cyprus. The Korean Navy has declared this an act of war and would like retaliation and reparations from the Turkish government to consider the 57 killed sailors and the 400 injured.
Damn.
Okay, would anyone else like to speak? Hand raised and like to speak, and if anyone wants to speak and talk to my DMs, I will invite you up. Anyone? Turkey, okay, the UN representative recognizes representatives of Turkey. You come up.
Thank you, thank you. The lie campaigns of the imperialist states of America and China go into the next round. Turkey is known for its international
Anyone I
engagement,
don't like is an imperialist.
which we did when we supported the Democrats in Italy and the Democrats in Libya together in their civil wars with the Kabul states. Our only own military action was against the tyrant Saddam Hussein in Iraq, together with the United States of America, where we were careful that the Americans did not commit war crimes. So we observed the actions of the American troops to save the Muslims there. And the military action against the PKK was to prevent separation between the Kurdish and the Turkish and to prevent division into our people. The Kurds did an attack on the Istanbul airport, but nobody cares for deaf Turkish people as it seems. We have stabilized the Middle East. The people are happy as never before. We have a common history and we will have a common future. Nobody can stop us there. It's way too late. What is happening here is a hate campaign
Dog, you're not supposed to say
against
that.
Turks and
You're not
Muslims
supposed to say
worldwide.
that if you're a
And we
dictator.
will act against it. Leave our territorial waters or you will drown there.
You give the
This is the last warning. I want 10 seconds. I want 10 seconds. If you don't leave our territorial waters in the next month, we will shoot and fight for our sovereignty. And last statement, I will leave.
Yeah.
I will station my nuclear weapons at the Okinawa military base to show China that we
How?
are not afraid and that we will fight for our independence if we need to do so. Goodbye.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Representative. The UN recognizes the representatives of the United States. You are invited to come up. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. The US, over these past 2 years, has seen its economical rebuild of the American people. We have also seen it fit that we are rebuilding the America economically through environmentally friendly or eco-supportive friendly methods, such as
If they try and run that, we're gonna shoot their ships.
such as monitoring US car manufacturers and making sure that they abide by the regulations of our emissions. The
Who owns
US
Okinawa?
is willing, and the US will,
the
by
fuck?
my next 4 years in office, see that the US will have a green economy and also a greener emission output. We also wish to, on the Turkish matter, we will not
No,
back
we're gonna
down,
blockade the whole
and,
Asian Sea if need to
we
be.
would
We're
like
not
to
gonna let
see
them get
Turkey
through. We'll
try and
blockade
sink
Okinawa next.
the US fleet, of which we very much think that the US fleet will come out on top. Last thing I'd like to say, the US is
You're
willing
working
to
with the
help other
Turks?
nations
I didn't know that.
environmentally improve their economical and environmental
Dog, you know that's
blueprints,
about to make you our
if
enemy,
you
right?
wish. Other than that, I wish the speaker a good day.
Thank you, Mr. President. The UN acknowledges the representatives of Ethiopia. You may come up to stage right now. Thank you. One minute.
Yes. First of all, I would like to thank Bangladesh for all the economic support and the regrowth after communism. Second of all, on the matters of Turkey, we do not have much of a say in this, but we would like to question some of the words used by the Turkish representative, as they speak of their independence being threatened, however, occupy many sovereign states and attack many more. We would also like to question the US's use of threats against the Turkish Navy and blockade and lack of diplomatic action. Instead of deploying navies, it is possible that some sort of de-escalation could be agreed upon instead of further escalation, especially the use and deployment of nuclear weapons. I believe that is all, and thank you and good day.
Thank you, Mr. Representative. The UN recognizes the representatives of Japan. Or
Hello, my esteemed delegates. I have come today to speak on the matters of the Turkish nation. Japan believes that blockades are an act against humanity. Now, this may sound crazy, but we do believe that the Middle East is already in a very bad situation. People are starving, and blockading imports only starves more. Instead, we do ask the United Nations to come to a diplomatic solution on the matter. We know that this was caused by the invasion of Kurdistan and the worries that the Turks will commit a sort of genocide in the nation. So perhaps
We're gonna bring up our
United Nations observers, if the Turks agree to this, may be involved in
We're gonna bring
Kurdistan
out
and
Armenia.
in the Middle
We're
East
gonna go
to
heavy. Fuck 'em.
ensure that no crimes are committed against the people there. We urge a diplomatic solution to this blockade, and until the blockade is lifted and one is reached, I do promise
you starting your speech?
my honorable man Erdogan that we will continue to fly in supplies. Thank you for having me.
Thank you, Mr. Representative. The UN acknowledges representative of China. May you come to the stage? Thank you very much.
Greetings, ladies and gentlemen. I am happy to address you as the chairman of the CCP and the representative of China. I would like to first start by asking the delegates do their research before making statements about the actions the United States and myself have made. We blockaded Turkey after extensive diplomatic talks where it was made very clear to us, and I quote, that you can't stop us anymore. The Turks have taken military action that continue to occupy Iraq without proper cause, and their justification that it is an unstable region is not valid. China takes its newfound superpower status very seriously, and I think it speaks much to the actions of Turkey that we only find such rogue nations as Russia supporting them given the dangerous threat that they represent to the world. I'd also like to say that I really want to question the international community to let these actions go unopposed. Turkey once genocided a group of people, the Armenians, and as such, we really find it important that we ensure that Turkey does not commit another act like this. Until such time as Turkey allows an independent Iraq and an independent Kurdish state to exist within the Middle East, we will continue our blockade against the Americans. In the event that they do fire upon our ships, that will of course be an act of war. In addition, if any attempts to move nuclear weapons into Okinawa with the express permission of Japan are done, we will shoot down any ships that try and make that crossing, and we'll blockade those waters. And we also declare that an act of war by anyone involved with that situation. We need to make our commitments very seriously, and we will not allow an aggressive state like Turkey to exist in this world. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Mr. Representative. Offer P, can everybody ready up so that we can start the game? Thank you. The UN recognizes the representative of Russia.
We're about to get gaslit. Get ready. They're gonna gaslight so hard, like it's Gazprom.
The Russian Federation believes is not the place of just one country to determine what countries can and cannot exist in this world.
Gaslighting. I
They
called
cannot
it.
determine
I called it.
Who gets to live and who gets to die. I also would like to point out the hypocrisy of the chairman by noting that Tibet, as well as many other places within China, were hostilely occupied by the Chinese government. it is very clear that the United States is still an imperialistic power, and now China wishes to join them with their new economic strength. It is very sad to see that
If
this
he
is the
keeps
way that
gaslighting us this
foreign
hard, we're going to
diplomacy is
be able
occurring
to
in our
power
world
our
at
whole
this time.
economy for a decade
And
with
I
this.
urge both powers and both parties to deploy their diplomats before they deploy their
As I said
militaries.
previously, that has already happened and failed.
These actions only have one outcome, one foreseeable possible outcome, and it is not the standing down of any side. It is foolish to think that that either side will back down here after aggressing so rashly. The only way to solve these issues is diplomatically or economically. Militarily will only lead to disaster. May I remind everybody present today that all three parties involved in these in this situation are nuclear powers and are threatening nuclear weapons. Russia stands with Turkey and in their actions in the Middle East as being just and in self-defense, and we have instituted
They
emergency
did a
trade
preemptive
measures
defensive
to
war in
attempt to
Iraq and
supplement,
Kurdistan. They
and
preemptively
subsidize,
defended themselves
the
by
Turkish
invading.
government, with as much trade
As
as
you do.
possible through the Black Sea,
Much
as
like
well as
Russia,
via air over the
preemptively
Caucasus.
invaded
We also
Latvia
note that the Black Sea,
and Norway
should the
and Denmark.
the blockade fleet attempt to pass through the Bosphorus, the Black Sea will be militarized and defended by the Russian Black Sea Fleet. And any aggressions on Russian territory.
The Black Sea Fleet, of course, is a series of well-constructed metal canoes operated by the Russian military.
Let us calm ourselves and let us engage in diplomacy before war. Thank you, Speaker. That is my time.
Seeing up, boys.
Thank
Goddamn.
you, Mr. Representative. The UN acknowledges representatives of Australia.
So nice to be in a roleplay MD game where people just don't ham-fistedly go into a
recognizing
war.
us.
Like, we're actually roleplaying it. It's so nice.
Before we get on to the main topic, Australia would like to announce two things. Australia has
True.
officially,
Those metal canoes are dangerous.
through two referendums of unification with Papua New Guinea and the Solomon Islands, have officially today reunified. Out of character, of course, I can't actually annex them because they are that,
sorry.
but yeah, it's fine. But we have reunified with these two nations at this time. We've also made a new flag to represent our unity with these nations. Furthermore, we have found condemning evidence that Indonesia is once again fulfilling their genocidal policies, as such as in 1975. If they continue to do their genocidal actions in Timor-Leste, the Australian government will be intervening in such affairs. Furthermore, we find it very ironic that the Russian Russian representative wishes to talk about how a nation is not allowed to dictate one's sovereignty after just invading Latvia and killing over 28,000 Norwegians. Furthermore, we find it very ironic that the United Nations as a whole now wish to, quote-unquote, uphold international law, while they also violate Turkey's territorial waters. Australia knows this very well, as Russia was the one that violated our territorial waters, and we will not stand for furthermore international law being violated. Because of such, this is one of the reasons why Australia is pushing to leave all treaties with the United Nations because of the lack of upholding international law and just blatantly disregarding it whenever it suits the big three.
Fair.
We will no longer stand for this, and Australia will not support either side. That is all.
Thank you, Representative. I'm just where's next on the list. Oh, yes. Okay. The UN
Disgusting.
acknowledges the presence of Taiwan. May it come up. Mr. Representative?
Hello?
Oh, there you
Okay, alright. We appreciate this. We wish to warn the world about the rising. We found some reports of some rising nationalism in the Taiwanese military due to the rapid expansion. We did not really undergo the proper processes of rooting out evil ones, and we did find some rising support of nationalism in the Taiwanese army. Though we will have this fixed but it is very concerning. We also wish to talk about Turkey. We hope that diplomacy can prevail and nations will not have to fire on each other's naval vessels. And of course, we do not need another war. Therefore, I hope we can have some diplomatic talk somewhere in a neutral area where there's no one partisan, and we can have diplomacy, and hopefully war will not break out. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Representative. The UN acknowledges the representatives of the United Kingdom. May you come up as the Prime Minister? Thank you. Remember, 1 minute. These speeches are way too long.
Of course. Hello, everybody. I'm Tony Blair, and I'm happy to announce that CABU, as an alliance, is stronger than ever. We have been restoring freedom and prosperity to many nations such as the Congo and Liberia. And with this prosperity comes great aid to these regions. The UK alone has pledged over $70 billion of aid to these regions, and this will not stop. Returning to home, Tony Blair is proud to announce his third 5-year plan, restoring the north and many royal parks by guidance of the Queen, which previously were neglected. Overall, the future is bright for Britain and her partners. Thank you.
Thank you. The UN acknowledges the representatives of France. Sorry.
Thank
next
you.
time, before you talk, next time, how would you like to be called? The People's Republic of France or France? Good enough.
We're United French Communes, please.
Okay. Thank you. Sorry.
No worries. Nations of the world, we would like to draw your attention to this CABU alliance. They tout freedom. They claim that they're bringing stability and prosperity to these regions. Yet I only see death and war. The Indian government has captured we have returned him since, but in the past they did take our professor and 25 of our students hostage and put them in their prison cells. We had to mediate a way to get them back to Paris. Luckily now they're all living here, and we would like the world to attempt to distance themselves from this clearly radical and clearly aggressive alliance. Thank you very much.
Thank you. The United Nations acknowledges representatives of Bangladesh.
The People's Republic of Bangladesh has, in recent times, invested 4 years of income into rebuilding the Ethiopian nation after communism, as we heavily supported them in implementing democracy. In addition to this, we have now fought another civil war in Liberia, which means we will now establish a protection zone in the region overseeing government to prevent a third war. We will also be focusing on installing more democratic governments into Africa, and we hope there will be no issues with this in the future. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Representative. The UN acknowledges representatives of the Dominion of Canada. May you come up?
Hello, gentlemen. First of all, we would like to refute the French claims that we are somehow stoking the flames of the world. We have been supporting democracies and democratic freedoms across the globe, and we shall continue to do so. Furthermore, we would like to remind the international community that diplomacy and cooperation must be prioritized over violence and sanctions. Turkey may have done some actions that no one may agree with. However, we must strive for diplomacy and common unity. Furthermore, we would also like to announce that Canada supports and is standing arm in arm with the Australian condemnation of the Indonesian state. It has been genociding the people of the East Timor region, and has been doing so undemocratically and unlawfully. More must be done against this and other atrocious acts across the globe. Thank you.
Thank you. I believe there are no nations to speak. Is there any nation that wants to speak? If not, we'll go into the resolutions part. If you would like to present the resolutions, segment Yam. If not, I will end the meeting and I will call up everybody to the Security Council. Is anybody else to speak or to present the resolution? I believe we have someone who had a resolution. If you present, that will be posted in the tiered news.
Is there a proposal or is there not? Like, what are we doing?
Spend resolutions. Okay, I have a resolution. Just posted in the news and read it out off here for you. It's posted in the news tier. The resolution states that China, United States, and Korea should immediately leave.
Lol.
Immediately the Turkish territorial waters to come back to diplomacy.
Come back to diplomacy. That means
if you
have
wish to
nothing
read,
be
if everyone
done.
understood, I will
That's what
ask
that
the
means.
person who sent it to explain it. But who sent it to me? Yeah, Turkey. Representative of Turkey, would you like to speak about your resolution? Explain to people about your resolution? If so, please come to the stage.
Hmm.
Thank you.
It is to prevent further people dying and a big crisis in the world. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Would anyone else like to speak about the resolution? If not, I believe that everybody has read, so I will conduct a full voting phase about this. Let me just prepare the scoreboard. Okay, as this is it has to be 1/3 of the votes. As you know, this is how it works. Okay, as you know, has to be 1/3 of the votes of all the members that are currently in the nation's.
Well, IMC, if enough people vote for it in the General Assembly, I believe it actually can get past vetoes, I think.
Either being yes, no, or abstain. I believe that is fit. Really, you guys ready? Okay, I'll call the first nation, and I believe that is Saudi Arabia or fit. You have the first vote. You come on the stage. Yes.
You vote in favor.
In favor, yes. Okay. Ethiopia, may you come up and say your vote? Ethiopia.
Well, out of be for a second, I did actually not hear it, so I'll abstain.
Okay, you guys, excuse me, I'm sorry, but I have forgot that the Islamic Caliphate, as of Saudi Arabia, are not recognized by the UN. Sorry about that, but I have to vote. I'm sorry. Once again,
that's fair.
Representatives of Korea, may you come up and say your vote?
Korea votes against.
Okay.
Saudi Arabia is recognized by the UN. It's just a bug in the game. It's Saudi Arabia.
Really briefly, let me call Tank up here. Is he the Caliphate or is he Assad? Because he put out like a breaking news that said he was the Caliphate. So let's get that clarified really quickly.
If he's in, I'll keep his vote, and if not, then
Okay. So it was mostly a bug. I clicked on. There was an option to go ahead and click to change the flag, and I clicked on it and it put it as a Caliphate.
But you are the House of Saud and you're regular Saudi Arabia.
Yeah, I just realized that since
Cool.
I
Just
clicked on it, I put a statement out just to make sure that people weren't confused.
Okay, so it's the yes, I believe.
Yes.
Okay, sorry about the confusion.
That's all right.
Representative of the United Kingdom, may you please come and say your vote?
We will be voting yes.
Thank you. Russia.
Russia votes yes.
Yes. France. I'm sorry, I forgot your name. The United French Communists.
We vote in favor.
All right. United States representatives, may you please come up.
We vote nay. Vote no.
No. Okay. Thank you. Representative of Japan, I believe. May you please come up.
The state of Japan votes for this.
Oof.
Thank you.
Oof. We're gonna need a long talk with the Japanese.
Representatives of India. Yeah, India. Representatives of India. Please
They'll
come
vote
up.
in favor too. They're fascist.
India abstains.
Oh.
India abstains.
That's surprising.
Thank you. Representatives of the Dominion of Canada, please come up.
They'll vote in favor. They're
The
monarchists.
Dominion of Canada votes in favor of the resolution.
Favor. Thank you. Representatives of Taiwan, please come up.
We abstain.
Abstain. Okay. Representatives of Turkey, please come up.
I wonder what they'll vote.
In favor.
In favor. Thank you. Representatives of Brazil.
This one I want to hear.
Representatives of Brazil.
He's
may
gonna be
you please come
AFK.
up.
Yeah, he's AFK.
If not, I will. Oh, there you go. You're deafened, by the way.
Abstain.
Abstain. Okay. Representatives of Sudan, I believe, is recognized.
Ooh,
Yes.
let's see what
Representative
Sudan
of
does.
Sudan, you please
They're an
come up.
FCO member, so
We abstain.
yeah.
Abstain. Thank you. Representatives of Bangladesh, state your vote.
We vote in favor of this resolution.
Last but not
Boys,
least,
we're
we
about to be
also
breaking some international laws here because I'm not pulling back the blockade.
have- Please come up.
We, of course, vote against.
Okay, representative of Australia, may you please state your vote? Maybe
We vote for diplomatic talks, so in favor.
They've already happened, though.
Okay, I believe that is
That's
all.
a
If
meaningless
none,
statement.
please
That's an
report your
action.
decision. If not, I will be calculating and I'll be determining the result. Okay, I'll be right back with the calculations.
It's gonna pass, but we're gonna break international law. We've already had diplomatic talks. If other people want to do it, that's fine, but we're not breaking the blockade. I'm gonna put out a little statement about that. Statement from the government of China. Diplomatic.
Well, as the abstain has been 5, I'll give it out. 9 yeses, 3 noes, and 5 abstentions. As 5 abstentions, the 2/3 would be 8, and we had 9 yeses, so the resolution has been approved. I repeat, it has been approved, and so we'll be going up to the next resolution. Let me just give a check mark on this. The resolution has been approved. The next resolution, the table, which is presented, which has been presented by the People's Republic of China, which is resolution 1067, will be posted in tier news. You have 2 minutes to read. It's not that big. It's kind of short. I will repeat it. The China proposed resolution 1067, which says Article 1. The release of occupied Iraq, and Article 2, the release of occupied Kurdistan.
This will get voted down too, which is just going to show the
People's Republic
hypocrisy.
of China like to speak on the resolution? If not, if yes, you can come up to the stage. If not, there you go.
The People's Republic of China would like to remind yet again the international community that we did extensive talks with Turkey. We attempted to resolve this diplomatically alongside the United States. There seems to be this notion going around that there was no attempt to talk with Turkey beforehand. I would like to remind the international community that President Erdogan made it clear that he should stay out of his business and allow him to basically annex who he would like, which China rejects unequivocally. The previous proposal we will be ignoring alongside the United States, as we will continue to blockade them until action is taken. If you truly do believe in solving this diplomatically, this would be a good start, wherein the UN calls for the releasing of occupied Iraq and Kurdistan. If you do not vote for this, frankly, this only suggests that the international community wants an action, much like what we saw in Armenia back in the day with Turkey. Let us not allow another genocide.
Acknowledged by the United Nations. Thank you very much, People's Republic of China. I have 2 hands raised, so I will allow them to speak before the voting. The UN acknowledged representative of Russia. You have 1 minute since you got a vote. We've been here for a long time, so you guys can talk about the resolution and not anything else. Please don't go off topic. Thank you.
Russia believes this resolution to be a straw man argument. This is not how diplomacy is conducted. It's not making a demand and having everybody else vote on it without giving Turkey their piece to explain their situation. Most of the people within the United Nations summit today have no intricate knowledge of the situation going on in the Middle East.
It's very intricate. It's very intricate.
Russia would like to know more from Turkey before making such demands. Therefore, I believe this resolution should be rejected until all parties understand more about the situation and Turkey has more chance to say their piece. Making a demand simply because your personal country or your personal beliefs believe there should be a different course of action in that part of the world, and then
Inaction
demanding
is the word.
everybody vote on that issue without having any knowledge of the subject is just blatantly an attempt to force your own agenda through. Russia will be voting no against this proposition until further diplomatic talks are had.
Okay, Miss. Okay. We'll be allowing people to talk. General Representatives of Australia, and maybe quick. Thank you.
Hello, mates. The Australian government has and will continue to go down the path of calling out genocide where it is. We called out the Ethiopian government before they thankfully switched back to a democracy. We called their genocide out. We are calling Indonesia's genocide out. And if there is genocide within Turkey on the Kurdistani people, I believe that it should be called out as well. The Australian government would like to propose that UN-sanctioned observers go in and to investigate to make sure that there is no genocide. However, if there is genocide, we will be voting in favor of this.
Okay, thank you very much. This will be the last speech before we conduct the vote. The UN Country Representatives of Japan, maybe quick. And this is the last speak. This is the last speak. No one else will not be able to speak. You will be the last person to speak. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Japan, and while, we do support the free will and the representation of peoples, the instability in the Middle East, and allowing for creations of new states, perhaps should be facilitated slower than an immediate release. Japan would like to counter the Chinese resolution, and instead propose that Turkey does a autonomous zone in the region instead, to slowly facilitate freedoms of the peoples who are claimed to be occupied, as well as we agree with the Russians that the Turks should be allowed to have their word in this meeting. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, once again.
Thank you. I'll now also be cutting talks right now. We will not be talking about anything else about this resolution. We'll be voting on it right now. I'm sorry. We will be calling upon the nations, as I said again. Yes, no abstain. I believe every single person knows about this already. The UN calls upon the representatives of Saudi Arabia.
This is gonna be interesting to hear.
Will you come up?
We vote against.
It's gonna fail, but we're gonna see who's against this, which is
The
important.
UN calls upon the representatives of Ethiopia.
I want to know who's allied with Turkey, and this will give us a chance.
We support the vote.
Yes, thank you very much. The UN calls upon the representatives of Korea.
Korea votes for.
Thank you very much. The representative calls upon the UN calls upon the representative of Australia. Wow. Please come up.
Australia votes in favor.
Favor, thank you. The UN calls upon the representatives of the United Kingdom.
They'll vote against.
We will be abstaining.
Abstaining, thank you
Interesting.
very much. The UN calls upon the representatives of Russia. Please come up.
Seeing as China did not respect a previous UN resolution, Russia will vote no.
Alright, thank you. The UN calls upon the representatives of the United French Commons. May you please come up?
This one I want to hear.
We vote against.
Okay, interesting.
Thank you.
I was wondering about that one.
The representatives of the United States. May you please come up?
Yes, thank you. United States votes in favor of this resolution. Thank you.
Thank you. The UN calls upon the representatives of Japan. May you please come up?
The state of Japan abstains from voting.
Abstains. Thank you very much, Mr. Representative. The representative calls upon the UN calls upon representatives of Brazil. Once again, the UN calls upon the representatives of Brazil. If not, your vote will be counted as abstained. Okay, the UN to abstain from voting. The UN calls upon the representative of India.
This I'm curious to hear too.
India votes no.
Your votes. Thank you. The UN calls upon the representatives of the Dominion of Canada. May you please come up and voice your vote?
Dominion of Canada votes no on the resolution.
Okay. The UN calls upon representatives of Taiwan.
Taiwan votes in favor.
Taiwan votes in favor. Thank you.
We'll get more
The UN calls
yeses, but
upon
it's gonna fail because
representatives
it won't get the percent
of
we need.
Turkey, if they're even
That's good.
in.
If China ignores official UN decisions, I don't see a single reason to stay here. I will vote for no, and will leave the
Sure.
United Nations meeting.
That's the decision-making process there. Yes, of course.
Thank you. The UN calls upon representatives of Sudan.
This one I'm curious to hear too. Abstain. Okay.
Thank you. The UN calls upon representatives of Bangladesh.
The People's Republic of Bangladesh votes strongly in favor of this resolution.
Good.
Favor. Thank you. The UN calls upon representatives of the Democratic People's Republic of China. The People's Republic of China. Sorry.
We of course vote in favor.
Thank you. Last but not least, the representative calls upon the UN calls upon representative of Germany, and Germany votes yes. And I will be making a contract now. Please excuse me.
I'm gonna follow Dino Boy. Is that Dino? Dino, what you doing?
Okay,
Yeah,
I
no
will be
kidding, Jakey.
announcing the votes right
Normally
now.
we're against each other.
The yes have 8 votes. No's have 6 votes.
It'll fail, but
and
we got
4
the majority.
abstentions.
That's
As
good.
this is a 1/3 vote, as 1/3 of all United Nations currently present have to vote, we deem this resolution not passed, unfortunately. This basically, I believe, concludes the UN meeting. If anybody has any other resolutions to be presented, please DM me. If not, I'll be ending the UN meeting and everybody was in security.
Spicy.
Council, please put down the
Very
security council.
spicy.
Anyone? We have Japan has made this be the last resolution because we do have to go back to the game. So this will be the last resolution presented into the UN. I'm sorry, but yeah.
It's a bug. He switched it. It's supposed to be Saudi Arabia. What's up, Bitter? How you doing, man?
The resolution, and as soon as that
He clicked the button that he shouldn't have clicked. He couldn't stop himself from clicking that sweet, sweet button. No, it's not bugged. It was a button you can click to go like a caliphate. It's kind of like a meme thing. They should be monarchists, but they're Salafist. Because, I mean, Saudi Arabia supports terrorists. That is true, but they're not a terrorist organization, so... It's gray area. Nothing much. Set into my school semester. Nice, man. Nice. Glad to hear that. I think he did want the collegiate union flag, but didn't happen. China's gonna advance its involvement in world affairs. They're already pretty involved, Michael.
Criticize other nations. Currently, UN meeting. We are in the UN. This is a sacred place for diplomacy and everything. Please do not criticize other nations in the UN meeting. Thank you very much.
Russia's talking shit. And Turkey's talking shit. I mean, we are ignoring it like UN resolutions, but it's not like that's
delegation
coming
would first of all like to speak out. I've asked you before.
I know you've asked, and I know you want a response, but we're on the resolutions part. I cannot allow any other speeches.
I asked before.
To answer. I don't understand. I mean, you're asking this.
I don't roleplay. Hasting, if a GC tells you something, man, you listen.
This is a This is a resolution present. You can only talk about the resolution that's going to be showed in the news that people want to talk about resolution. You can, but if it's about the past speeches, I told you can't. But it's going to take too long, and we can't allow. I'm sorry. The current and last resolution that will be sent is currently in the news here. You have 2 minutes to read. It currently states as a source: Japan's counter-resolution to the Turkish issue. Article 1. Turkey allows representation and autonomy for states quote-unquote occupied. Article 2. Turkey allows all people to vote within the occupied states. Article 3. UN observers are sent to Turkey to prevent genocide. Would Japan like to talk about this issue?
It's 1 point solid. I can really get into it, but it's a good
You have
game.
1 minute to explain your resolution. After that, we're going to voting because I will not allow anybody else to speak.
Michael, don't call me out.
Go on.
Thank you.
You little shit.
While we do respect the Chinese resolution, a simple instant release of occupied nations would bring so much instability to an already unstable region
What's up, Jay?
that Japan can simply not support perhaps blowing up the Middle East. If you understand what I am saying here. Instead, Japan would offer a resolution to make Turkey allow these states to have autonomy within the Turkish state, rather than be directly controlled by the Ankara government. Turkey will have to not release the states immediately, but
it'll
instead
be a little
allow
while,
these
Samurai.
nations to have
This
their
is the last
own
resolution, it's like 5
government
minutes.
led by their own peoples. And United Nations observers will, of course, be sent to Turkey to prevent genocide, as I know this is a major fear within this crisis. Thank you for allowing me to have the stage, Mr. Speaker, once again. Yes.
I do understand that some nations would like to speak, but as I said, I've been here for way too long. There have been still resolutions to be presented on the table. It's last time we didn't have that many. So I'm sorry for whoever would like to speak. I truly am sorry, but sorry but we'll be going to the voting part stages. As I said, I'll be calling upon you guys, you nations, and you will be voting yes, no abstain. The first nation, of course, will be Saudi Arabia. Please come up and voice your vote.
Sorry, I would like to say abstain.
Abstain. Thank you. Saudi Arabia calls upon the representatives of Ethiopia. Please come.
As the representative from Turkey is not here, Ethiopia will abstain.
Okay. Representative calls upon the UN calls upon representatives of Korea. Will you please voice your vote?
Korea votes in favor of the resolution.
Favor, okay. The representatives call the UN representatives of Australia. I'm sorry, bad English. Australia, come up. Voice your vote.
Australia votes in favor.
Votes in favor. Thank you.
This is literally just going to legitimize their annexation. So, yeah, we're not gonna agree to this.
We will be abstaining.
Abstain. Thank you. The UN calls upon representatives of Russia. Please voice your vote.
Seeing as the representative of Turkey is not here, we do not believe that it would be right to enforce any stipulations against them without their say in defense.
Well,
we vote no purely on that matter.
Okay. Thank
Should
you. Sorry, Mr. President, but may understand the United Nations we have called upon all nations to participate. No matter what, if they're here or not, they will vote resolutions that have them in it will still be voted in. Doesn't matter if they're here or not. The UN calls upon the representatives.
I'm an American. We don't speak good.
Please come up.
We abstain.
Abstain. Thank you. The UN calls upon the representative of the United States. Please come up.
United States votes for.
Thank you.
Really? Do people not understand what this resolution is doing? It's legitimizing the annexation of Iraq and Kurdistan.
The state of Japan, of course, votes for this resolution.
Thank you. The UN calls upon the representative of Brazil. The last chance. Alright, there you go.
Abstain.
Abstain. Thank you. The UN calls upon the representative of India. May you please come up and voice your vote?
Yes.
We're gonna get really radical after this.
Vote yes. Thank you. The UN calls upon the representative of the Dominion Canada.
Since we do not feel comfortable with legitimizing the Turkish position, we will be abstaining from this vote.
Thank you. The UN calls upon the representative of Taiwan. Please come up.
We will vote in favor for this.
Favor, thank you. The UN calls upon the representative of Sudan. Come up.
We abstain.
Abstain. Thank you. The UN calls upon the representative of Bangladesh.
The People's Republic of Bangladesh will abstain in this resolution.
Yeah, exactly.
Thank you. And last but not least, the People's Republic of China, may you please come up and voice your vote.
Though observers are needed, this legitimizes the annexation of Kurdistan and Iraq. We will vote no, of course.
Thank you. And the UN calls upon the President of Germany to
It
voice
would.
a vote.
It would be the UN basically
Germany
saying
will
he's allowed to
abstain
annex
from
Iraq
this
and
vote,
Kurdistan.
And we'll, since the vote is finishing, if I missed anyone, please do tell me. If not, I'll be closing the vote and announce it very shortly.
Nope.
Okay, I'll be announced. Votes very shortly.
They're strategically hostile. We need an ally in the Mediterranean to put warheads in.
I'll be announcing the votes now. 6 yeses, 2 noes, and 9 abstentions. As the two-thirds are 5, since there are 9 abstentions, the resolution has gone through the UN. And
We will
I
not accept
believe
or
that
acknowledge
will
it, of
be
course.
enforced
We
very
need to talk immediately with
shortly.
the US and Japan. We'll talk to Japan, then we gotta talk to
and
the
I
US,
believe
then we
that
gotta talk
concludes our
probably the
meeting. I'm sorry
UK.
for
I'm gonna do a couple
it
really
being so long.
radical
It won't be
things here.
that long. But if anybody,
Sudan's playing the middle of ground.
I'll now
They're not
call
loyal
upon
to
all
us.
nations from the Security Council to go down Security Council and talk, and all nations that are from Security Council, you may leave. And I believe that is all. I conclude this meeting finished. Thank you very much for appearing, for voicing your opinions and your resolutions. Thank you.
Gotta send the US a message. Yo, real quick, man. Do you want to do a, like, not show up the UN Security Council as a show against the actions of the UN?
I mean, we can do, but I'm unless you think that they're not gonna get anything done with us.
Don't you need all the members of the UNSC to show up for it to go into session? Or do I remember correctly? Let me look.
The only time I've ever heard this occur was when USSR boycotted the UN.
It happened and then they couldn't pass anything, I thought. I could be wrong.
Yes, to which
Yeah,
then
you need them all. So if we don't show up, they literally can't meet and do anything.
Okay, I guess we'll do that.
You good for that?
Yes, I can say I just don't wish to show up.
Yeah,
so-
we'll do a joint boycott of the UNSC so that nothing could be passed and nothing could be done.
Yes.
Cool.
Am I missing something here in the SCL, or?
Yeah, we're about to, me and America are gonna boycott the UN Security Council so that it can't meet a quorum and it can't decide anything.
Right. Oh, democracy wins all the time.
This will be the first time that 2 UNSCs
Yep.
have
This will be
ever
absolutely
boycotted.
historic. So it's
very
big.
it's very unique. China and United States.
I know China and the United States are working together in the UN Security Council. Never thought I'd hear that,
A
but
very unique alliance. I'm not gonna lie.
yeah.
Yes.
Well, gentlemen, I'm not gonna get in your way then. Good luck.
Okay,
On,
I'm gonna. Mr. President Obama, would you like to speak? I have to talk to the Japanese about obviously the Okinawa situation, but right after.
Yes, we can do.
Wonderful.
Gentlemen, may I just add, if you have any problem, you can go to the General Assembly. We can solve it over there too. Okay.
We feel no need for that, as the General Assembly has proven to be.
Is this where we're having security?
No, we're going to boycott the Security Council, me and the United States. So China and the United States will not show up. You can't reach a quorum, so there will be no meeting.
So you guys just aren't showing up?
Correct. Yes, we're going to boycott the meeting.
Okay.
Perhaps this is an organization that does not
care for human rights, actually. They don't care for anything, they just care for their treasuries.
President Obama, if you would like to
hello.
speak, it seems the Japanese are talking with the Turks, which is surprising. I have to say that UN meeting was very disappointing.
I am very shocked that Japan and Turkey would play with nuclear weapons like that.
Indeed. The fact that Japan is going to be stationing, or trying to station nukes. We have obviously blockaded Okinawa. We'll fire on any Turkish ships trying to cross. Actually, I need to put out a statement for that.
I'm also quite shocked that I personally, in a peace accords, gave Okinawa back to Japan in good agreement, and I'm quite
If
frankly
Japan
shocked.
will work with us, it's behind closed doors, Mr. Putin. But we are if they will not work with us and they will not push them out of that base and they continue to allow nukes put there and become hostile to us, I am going to be putting nuclear weapons at Japan if they continue to allow that base. And if the Turks launch on us, we will launch on the Turks, their allies, and the Japanese as well. It's a last step, but it's one we will take if necessary. Frankly, if they allow our destruction, Japan will not survive this situation if we do not.
Yes, we would. Yes, we understand this, and we will hope that Turkey is rational. Well, may not be, but we hope that Japan will come to its senses and realize, especially what happened to it in the past. I do not wish to bring up the memories of World War II, but I'm sure the Japanese population will not support, considering their very majority, they support no war. I'm sure the Japanese will not allow such to happen.
Indeed, I would hope so. Now that things have changed dramatically in the international scene, President Obama, I know the United States is not like China. You do change your politics quite often. But given the fact that you look very good in the poll numbers, I would like to open the possibility of America potentially working with the SCO. I never thought I'd hear myself say that, nor China propose such close ties, but it appears that we're the only nation standing up for what is right in this world. Again, a very strange circumstance, but we do find ourselves as friends in these times, President Obama.
Yes, considering the US had collapsed, well, NATO had collapsed. Yes, we would be willing to become observers in the organization.
I will say, President Obama, if we work together, we will be the undisputed economic hegemon of the world, alongside all the other, obviously, SCO members.
Yes, but I also wish to also call out Japan in selling a base that I gave to him in good, peaceful agreements. They're now giving it to Turkey.
Indeed, that is such a disgusting scenario. We find it to be absolutely a travesty. We have formally announced our blockade and our ships are patrolling there. If we see any Turkish ships, we will sink them, trying to make a run to Okinawa. We would also like to formally. Do you have nuclear weapons currently stationed in your base in Qatar?
Yes, we have not a majority. We have a few ICBMs.
We would like to formally request, simply as a show of strength, that China be allowed to station several of their nuclear weapons there as well.
Yes, since we are working together, yes, you are allowed to.
Wonderful, thank you. We'll have them pointed at Turkey.
Well, it will be, yes.
And I assume that you are ready to stand strong with China and ignore the absolutely disgusting UN resolution demanding that we stand down our blockade, of course.
Yes, the US will not be. Yes, the US will not be bullied by the General Assembly members into doing something that we see as
good.
We will not allow terrorism.
Putting out another news report for that really quickly. Resolution could be ignored due to inaction. I'm just gonna throw out a couple of these. I don't want to write out full statements right now.
Yes, we will. I will. If Turkey at all fires on China, you will have my word that US will retrospectively fire on Turkey as well.
I don't roleplay. My nuke tech isn't really good. The way I kind of want to do this in a roleplay is that we do have advanced more nuke tech. I don't research satellite or nuclear tech and expand them and play with that menu because it lags the game. Just so.
Oh, I don't either.
Yeah, so roleplay wise, I want to. I'll talk to the GC about that, but like, I don't feel right lagging out the game. Once 1.7 hits, they are going to fix the lag, so we'll be actually be able to do nuclear mechanics properly, which would be really nice.
Yes. We would also like to report that our intelligence agency is monitoring the Turkish military and what they're doing.
Good. I also have a very large intelligence network currently in Turkey. Are you also doing that?
Yes, I actually also have a backdoor into them as well.
Same. We have backdoors on most countries at this point.
Yes.
They added sabotage. You can sabotage industry now. I didn't know that.
Yes, you can. Yes, you can also. You can do a lot of things with that.
I never play with intelligence agency, which I really should, because I'm in a tiered game like this. We can actually focus on soft power mechanics for once, which is so fucking nice.
But I do think that Japan also needs to bear some of this.
I'm waiting as soon as he's done talking to Turkey to speak with him.
Yes, because I'm pretty sure I understand that Japan has a very large, very large pacifist support base.
He abandoned defensive principles, so I'm not sure what path he's going. But he's not. He doesn't have that in his constitution anymore. I know that.
See. Well, when he abandoned it, I did tell him that if he abandoned the principle, I would not financially support Japan anymore. As I would only support a Japanese that's willing to be peaceful in Asia.
Yep. Same here. We're in a technology council. We merged all of our technological research with Japan, which is why, like, roleplay wise, I don't understand what he's doing, but we shall see.
I think he's trying to centralize the technological groups, maybe.
I think so. All right, anyway, President Obama, I do hope to hear a statement about your association with the SCO and continued collaboration. I also would like to suggest another large investment campaign, as we currently have a lot more slots open, if you would be up for that.
Yes, we would be now that we are... Historically, this will also help my approval numbers. America is finally... Our recession is finally over. US is...
Good to hear.
Now,
and
US
actually,
is no
a
longer...
cooperative, not exploitative agreement between our two countries is really going to, I think, lead to a golden age for both of our countries.
Yes. Oh, sorry, you need to send that again. I was busy doing something.
Did you reject them
I
all?
can accept it. No, I accept.
I'm trying to hit all your swing states here.
I will invest them back as well. But it does seem that UK is going down the dark path.
They're going monarchist.
Which of course America will not support at all, given that America was born from, well, in rebellion against such monarchism. Right,
They're demanding a lift of the blockade. All right.
Say no. We will not. I won't lift the blockade. Right, let me.
All right,
also
so
give
they
you
apparently have nukes in Okinawa. I'm going to ask Turkey. I don't know how to do this. Realistically, China would take action, so.
I mean, technically,
I'll try a diplomatic. I'll try a diplomatic choice. Let me go talk.
I have ICBMs in Palau and Guam.
Let's go talk with Japan. You want to come with me?
Yes.
President Hadayama.
No, hello.
To put it lightly, what the fuck are you doing?
Yes.
My friend.
Don't you dare say that to me. Don't you dare.
Japan, why are you giving out US bases that I gave back to you in good kindness? Your previous prime minister, we had a peaceful agreement.
If I'm completely honest, it's not your base anymore. It was our land.
Hold on, America, give me just Mr. President Obama, 1 second. I'd like some answers here. We are in a technology council together. We have cooperated. We advanced, worked together massively. We have a lunar colony together. We're planning on going to Mars together. And you allow our enemies to place nuclear weapons in your territory against us?
Frankly, it is not our territory. We have made it very clear that we have sold the land.
You rented that territory out to the Turks. That is very different than giving it away.
This was rented out, frankly, years ago, for one.
And you are able to pull that back whenever you like and take back that territory. Do not pretend that you have no actions you can take here.
If we are frank, we do not believe in a blockade of Turkey.
So you will allow them to place nuclear weapons in your territory against us. That is not an equivalent response, President.
Well, for one, like I have said already, a sale has been finalized with Mr. Erdogan of the land.
If you do not take back that land, we are going to diplomatically cut off relations with you, abolish the Asian Cooperative Council, and kick you out of the SCO, as well as implement an embargo on your country.
Mr. Jintao, I will be completely honest with you. I have great respect for Mr. Erdogan. And
You are supporting his annexation of sovereign countries. I thought Japan was better than that.
Mr. Jintao, you do realize how unstable the Middle East is at the moment, right?
That doesn't justify annexation by a warmonger like the Turks.
Japan does not support the annexation, but we do not support an immediate release. That would only destabilize the region even further. Do you want a war in the Middle East?
Optimally would like to have a system wherein Iraq and Kurdistan would be administered by an international authority until the stability could be placed there. But to allow it to continue to be occupied by the Turks, which have shown nothing but a dangerous proclivity towards annexation and war, that is a dangerous thing. I agree that that region simply can't be given to its own devices. But to allow Erdogan to administer it, that is unacceptable to China.
Then if we wish to make demands to Erdogan to perhaps allow a internationally led state or autonomous zone...
He will
in
not
the
lead it.
region-
It must be internationally run. Someone else...
Yes, I have mentioned this already. Then Japan will absolutely back you on it.
Here
but-
would be our proposal. A joint force of Japan and several other international neutral actors administer an autonomous region in Kurdistan and Iraq and place observers there to transition them back into a democratic process, forcing Turkey to release those regions. You yourself would be directly involved with them. In addition, you would take back the Okinawa territory and either incorporate it to yourself or make it a neutral territory, as we cannot have the Turks administering a region there with nuclear weapons. This is what we would propose.
Well, I will have to, of course, discuss the re-annexation of the base with Mr. Erdogan, but...
I will put
I
this
will also
very
discuss
simply.
with,
China will not allow that to be Turkish. We will start a war, and we will face a nuclear war if needed in order to take that back. It's that simple. We can't allow our security interests to be like this. There is no circumstance where that happens. If this is not met with an appropriate response, and we do not see them no longer control that base, China will go to war. It's that simple. The consequences be
Mr.
damned.
Jintao, you do recognize what you are saying right now.
You recognize what you have done to give the Turks that land. Do not act as though this is China's fault. If there is a war, it will be on you in the history books.
Mr. Jintao, I believe you would be the aggressor. We gave Turkey this land years.
It would not be an
ago.
aggressive action in order us to stop nuclear weapons being pointed at our capital from a base in Asia owned by Turkey, which is not in Asia. That is a defensive action. You can call it whatever you like, but we are more than justified in this. It is necessary for our survival to do so.
A war against Turkey is, of course, not in our how would I put this in English? Sorry. It would not be aggressive towards Japan, of course, but if a war against Japan is declared simply for a sale of a base, then the consequences be damned of it. 1937 will be relived. You are aware of this, correct?
You are suggesting that you will declare war and try and annex us?
Well, you would be the one to declare war first, sir.
We would be declaring on Turkey. You were saying that you would rather side with Turkey, a warmonger that annexed Iraq, than China, who you are on a technology council with. That's what you're telling me?
The Chinese may declare war on Turkey, and we will not participate in such war. But if the Chinese declare war on Japan as well...
We're not going to... What do you mean? We have no intention of declaring war upon you. We are going to go to war with Turkey and take back Okinawa.
Then you may do so.
Very
We
well.
are not stopping you. My friends, you have our support in, frankly, removing nuclear weapons from Asia. And I will have a word with Mr. Erdogan about the situation.
I will say this. If you can convince him to give that base back to you, pull missiles out of Asia, and a joint administration of Iraq and Kurdistan, there will be no more. But if that doesn't happen, China is resolute in what must be done for our survival. It's that simple. Is that understood?
Absolutely.
Good.
I will have a conversation with Mr. Erdogan immediately. I will speak to you afterwards.
Very well. President Obama, I hope you stand behind our words and our actions.
Yes, well, I do find it a bit worrying that Japan would bring up 1937.
This whole situation is very disturbing.
Yes, we do find it disturbing that the Japanese would play with fire, so to speak.
And they are. And I stand by what I said before regarding Okinawa.
Yes. Though knowing Aragon, I do not think he will cave in.
I don't think he will ever. And I stand by what I said. If we need to go to war, we will do so.
Of which you will have America's support in.
Good.
I will, if need to, send aid to help you do what is needed to be done. Right, so how much? Right, let me do the mutual investments with you now, because I believe.
I think I built a lot in you already. Let me look. No, you didn't accept them. Okay.
I did accept them.
A couple.
I accepted all that popped up.
Are you getting these?
Yeah.
Okay.
But I do also think that surely Turkey wouldn't risk a nuclear war, surely.
I wouldn't be so sure.
Gentlemen, of RP here, I'd like to just clarify a few things. I've talked with some other players about this. I'd just like to say that your kind of sabotaging that you want to see was well done. Congratulations on that. Another thing is that you need a minimum of votes to pass a decision you want to see. A heads up on that. So we have 7 members right now in the NSC, and you need 5 in order to pass. That's just a quick heads up in case none of you know about that.
I thought they needed to reach a quorum to even have a meeting.
No, they don't need a quorum. They need a minimum number for decision.
Isn't South Korea one of the members in that?
Yeah, South Korea and Australia are now the rotative members, and there are a few others, but because they're bots, I made the 2/3 of 7, which is 5.
Okay, so then we just need to convince South Korea to walk out as well. I'll be right back. 1 second. Out of roleplay, apparently you need a quorum of 5 members, so they would be able to do UN Security Council actions. Would South Korea be willing to stand with China and the United States and walk out of the UNSC to make sure that nothing gets passed as an ally of China? All right, Jakey's mic is dead. Rip. Hello? I can kind of hear you now.
Hello?
1 moment. This is a private conversation.
Wow. Then I shall send it in a private.
Is South Korea willing to do this?
Is it working now?
Kind of.
Well, yeah, basically, I've already said that.
Cool, then we're good. Thank you. Appreciate it. South Korea will also be walking out of the UN Security Council, so they will not be able to meet the 5 votes.
Alright, but in that case, you win. UNSC can't do shit.
Wonderful.
And that means
As long the UNSC does not reach 5 votes, yes, by the way, yes, and votes, you guys are, UNSC is useless.
Cool, we're good to go.
Especially with you. Alright, good luck, everyone.
You come with the frankly anti-fruits of my conversation.
How did your talks go with President Erdogan?
Mr. Erdogan has refused our demand to return the Okinawa base, and has, in his own words, and he has asked me to quote them directly as well, that the Turks had fought against the Byzantines and the Austrians.
I will hold you right there. I have no desire to hear the words of President Erdogan, so I will go ahead and just spare you the breath to even speak them. In that case, China is going to prepare for war. President Obama, are you prepared to also take action against the Turks here? Again, things will just go out of control if we don't take action.
Yes, the US fleet remains on standby to also help take action, and we will assist the Chinese fleet.
We were going to
wherever
finalize the
we can.
upgrading of our nuclear arsenal and prepare for war with the Turks.
Yes, with the currently we've routed all our carrier forces to Turkey as well. I do not think he will be able to move about much, and his little ploy in the Kuwait Sea is also being blockaded.
Wonderful. At a roleplay, I'm gonna go take a piss, and I gotta set up all my military shit, because it looks like we actually might have a war this game. Be right back.
I will let you know now that I do not believe Japan is ready for a conflict, although
I would advise you not to join the war, Japan.
Against such a nation, well, I do believe in peace. If this is necessary for the humanity and the furtherment of human progress, then I will allow this to happen. There is a Japanese armored unit in Okinawa ready to reoccupy the Okinawa base when it is retaken.
Yes, we will. I will see that China at least gives it back to you.
Or perhaps, maybe, the base will be transferred back to the United States. I see that the United States has a new foothold in the world. I mean, it seems as if you're coming back on a world stage, so...
If you mean that, well, we're not trying to repeat the Cold War, if you know what I mean.
Oh,
but
yes, absolutely.
it is seen that America cannot stand idly by and just allow Turkey to restore its Ottoman Empire.
Yes. And I know Ham is gone, but when he's back, I do have something to tell him.
Let's do Saudi Arabia too? Yeah. That's actually still Saudi Arabia. It's just a glitch apparently. All right, I have a lot I need to set up here.
And Mr. Jintao, if I may, I do say that Japan does value its partnership with China very much.
You certainly have not shown it.
Well, it is our mistake, and I do apologize. And as well, if I may, I do apologize. And this will be unpopular in my nation, but we do apologize for the crimes committed during the Second World War as well.
Well, that is very surprising to hear, and I am touched, but to be frank, you have already done the damage in the modern context here.
Yes, well, I do believe Japan may have been... He may have been lied to. Maybe Turkey brought the island with peace, with trying to, facade a peaceful means.
If I may speak about the sale about the island of the base, the Turkish had told us of no intentions to store missiles there. Instead, they had said that their influence and the
is Japan willing to take action against the Turks here as well? If we could utilize your islands in order to launch a first strike and cross the border, we would be able to take out their operation capacities in Okinawa. Does Japan stand with China in the SCO?
Japan does stand with China in the SCO. While Japan is not completely prepared for a war, any assistance
we are not either. We are going to be
will,
preparing for one. We would ask Japan if they are loyal and do wish to work with China to do the same.
Yes, we will provide any support that we possibly can.
Including military action?
Yes, sir.
It's good to hear.
The U.S. Strategic Command has also its silent service fleet is also around the Okinawa base, just to alert the Chinese.
I'm going to be
of the
preparing
US.
a first strike launch on Okinawa. We're going to hit them with a EMP, and then we are going to nuke Okinawa. I would advise that the Japanese pull any civilians and military personnel off that island to reduce fallout.
Of which the US will provide maritime civilian vessels to help you
I
evacuate
assume
the
America
island.
is prepared to launch nuclear strikes on Istanbul and Ankara from Qatar as well as Moscow if Russia does involve themselves.
Yes.
Good.
But I hope Russia will not.
I hope so as well. We will test their mettle.
I hope Russia knows that if he does press that button, he knows that there's no stepping back.
There is no
from
going
the US
back. I think he will posture, but whether he actually does go forward, that's the question.
Out of RP,
yes.
My character, the Prime Minister of Japan is about to change. Because
Yeah,
I'm about to have a radical change in foreign policy because I have been really friendly towards the Turks. So. I'm arresting Hatoyama for treason, basically.
Yeah, also, out of RP, I've somehow trapped my fleet. I can't get back to Korea.
You got stuck in the Mediterranean, didn't you?
No, I'm not. I'm stuck in the Mediterranean, so I can't get past India.
Oh, that's surprising.
Makes no sense.
Alright, I'm gonna start moving troops to the Russian border.
Korea will too.
Yes, we have. Yes, the US currently is in possession of. We currently have thermonuclear 3 megaton ICBM warheads stationed, aimed at Moscow, and one of them is aimed at Ankara. But I do believe Russia, given its economic, maybe given the fact it may be unwilling to fire on us.
We will find out very soon, won't we?
I'm also using Israeli bases as well to allow me.
Shelby, you good? Sounds like you're dying.
Sorry, I'm laughing a little bit. I had to DM Enbo and tell him I'm sorry, brother.
I had to do that in the non-tiered game. Embo said to him, go scream at Quaza.
I'm actually gonna mute myself. I'm laughing too much.
Yeah, don't blame me.
Alright, boys. It's time for the good Chinese music. We're gonna play Steel Torrent. Where's it at?
We need to get the Wolfenstein music.
What's up, Limpari? Where's my China playlist?
I wonder if I can get Israel to support me in attacking Turkey.
They're pretty friendly to me as well, so.
You might be able to. They have nukes
Actually,
in the roleplay, so.
Actually, I may be able to actually get them to join the Monroe faction.
Can you?
Maybe. I mean, they're Western outlook, and
if you get Israel, we have a way to get directly in here.
Yeah, actually, you know there were like 100 ships around Okinawa when you placed a blockade on it.
Yours or his?
Mine. I placed ships around it.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, I specifically even said I placed the ships around it.
Fucking Steel Torrent. Here we go. Alright, here's the banger, boys.
Wait, no, you're not nuking. You're nuking the Okinawa base, not Okinawa.
Correct.
Right? Okay, at least all of my buildings won't be damaged. Thank God. I've got like 7 office sectors there. I don't want to rebuild them.
It's the only place you get
If we survive this war, there will be time for rebuilding.
I'm sorry, Embo, my brother, if you're listening. You have to, we have to admit, out of RP, Embo is a really good role player.
Oh yeah, he's great at strongman.
I love it.
I have been like in the RP mindset this entire game during that, especially during that UN meeting, man. That was crazy. That was intense.
We should also, if we win this war, we should maybe also let Greece become free again.
Dog, no one's gonna win this war. Dog, no one's gonna win this war. It's not how nuclear conflicts work.
To be real,
That's not how nuclear conflicts work, man.
All it's gonna do is it's gonna make Scythe mad because he has to come back and play.
Jakey, baby, it's time to crash your economy again.
No.
Hey, babe.
Not again.
10 more civs coming right up.
I'll take it.
Do you want me to crash your economy? Him.
With?
That's the fourth time he's crashed my economy.
So every single time I invest in Korea, I invest like 500 billion into them, and it crashes his economy. Last time I did it, it was 500 billion, and he went from making 3 billion a week to 0.09.
What's the Wolfenstein war music? Need to get it.
I have a very ambitious naval land in preparation of Kuwait City.
I might be able to get into the SEO.
Let me lift my...
Oh no, I need to join the SEO with the Falkland decision.
Wait, where's my submarine service? Where's my nuclear subs? Oh, they're all...
Wait. Oh, I've not got high enough work.
Oh, fuck, I have to cancel a non-aggression pact in a year. How long is it gonna take for this war to start?
It's fine, you can still join if it's allies.
Yes, but it'll tank my stability.
No, that's a guarantee if you deny that.
Oh shit.
What was happening?
Okay, yeah, cool.
Also, when we do go to war, I will be calling in Venezuela and Peru to also join in.
It's funny, I have 500,000 men and I can't use them because they're not on the front line.
Also, we also will be calling in our famous allies, the Guatemalans, to help us.
I don't think that they would concur with that concept, generally speaking, but go for it.
Just tell them that the Russians beat them in a football game and they'll do everything they can to murder every Russian on the planet.
That does check out.
Actually, no, I'll tell the Guatemalans that Turkey beat them in a football game.
I don't know where to send my army because I don't have a front line to fight Russia, but I don't have enough supply to naval invade Turkey. Where do I fight?
I think we need to frankly have talks for Russia here as well to see if they're gonna really involve themselves with this. We'll do that in a moment.
Well, I mean, I can naval invade from Bahrain, despite the fact that Turkey really wanted to buy that base from me.
My god, why is my consumption so high? Oh, because my navy's so fucking huge. I'll do it.
Oh shit, I actually need to buy oil off.
Hello.
Hello.
Greetings!
I'd like to speak to China real quick.
Of course. Might turn down my really loud war music.
Yeah, we noticed there are two military vehicles stationed adjacent to Kinmen Island. Can we get a reason on that?
We are preparing to go to war with Turkey, given their stationing of nuclear weapons in Okinawa base.
How come? Hey, how
They
come
have nuclear weapons pouring at Beijing from Okinawa due to the Japanese giving them that territory. They also continue to occupy the Middle East. This is not something China wants, but we will not be held hostage by a nuclear gun to our head so close to our shores. We have attempted diplomatically through our intermediary Japan to try and get them to pull out of the Okinawa region and de-escalate the situation, for which they have refused.
We wish we were informed about this. The nuclear fallout might reach Taiwan, and we have no time to prepare for this.
Also, I see that India's put troops on our border.
Mrs. Ingwen, if I may, as you of course probably know by now, Japan has very advanced systems for transport and whatnot. I will promise, we will assist, especially a fellow democracy in the region, in preparing for a nuclear fallout as well as
Well,
evacuating
I am
any affected
particularly
areas.
concerned about the rising nationalism. If you guys did not see the recent call we intercepted of a famous or high value Chinese general, he talked very badly about the current government. We're a bit concerned about him, so we need to prioritize that first.
Yes, but US will also help. The US will mobilize its entire merchant marine flotilla of ships to help anyone that is caught in this aftermath, of which we will be establishing shelters in Palau, Guam, and our Pacific islands.
And it was good, but I would advise everyone to read the leaked call just so they understand the deadliness and why I'm so worried about this. But I'll be leaving now.
Very well.
Goodbye.
Yes.
And Mr. Jintao, I must say, as the Emperor of Japan, Akihito, once all is said and done, my government and my new Prime Minister, Mr. Fukuda, will try our very best to repair what we have damaged.
6. Very well. It's good to hear. Coco, we're not weak, but we weren't ready for this. I'm really just dramatically trying to prepare.
How are we even doing? How is this roleplay? How are we even doing the war?
We're to declare it?
If we don't have a war goal.
We'll make one.
Justify it.
Okay.
I mean, China.
I'm getting my nuclear arsenal ready to go. I'm pointing it at Russia, India, and then Turkey. And then once we're good for that, we're ready to go.
China.
I'm gonna go talk with the British. I want to see if India's gonna involve themselves, and if they're.
China can get.
Okay. Oh, hello.
Hello.
Hello there.
Hello.
This is an ambassador sent from the People's Republic of China.
Welcome to Bangladesh.
We are here to speak with the Prime Minister of the United Kingdom if they are available.
Yeah, of course.
Would you like to take this to another place?
Of course. Would you like to? Hello, hello.
Greetings. I heard that it wasn't Blair in power, so who am I speaking with?
It is Blair in power currently. The general elections haven't happened yet.
Very well. Prime Minister Blair, I'd just like to ask about the current opinion of the Commonwealth on the upcoming situation. China has diplomatically tried to de-escalate the situation with Turkey by demanding they pull out their nuclear weapons in Okinawa, but they maintain them. As such, we are going to be declaring war of them within the next couple of years if they do not stand down. We would like to ask about the situation with your alliance, considering the fact that India has broken a treaty with China and remilitarized our border.
I'm not aware of this actually. This is new to me. I definitely have to bring
We made a high summit treaty around a decade past with India in the Himalayas, wherein we de-escalated the border. They have broken that agreement now.
Wow.
I hate to use something so extreme since it would impact Bangladesh too, but given the dam that we do have to the east of Lhasa, we would be able to cut off a large region of India from all running water if necessary in the event of a lead up to a war. We don't want to go that route, but we would like to see if the United Kingdom could get India to de-escalate the situation.
Well, I'll definitely discuss it with them, but I cannot promise anything as it is not mine.
I would ask you keep this private, but I will say if they do continue to militarize, we are going to cut off supply on that river entirely with the dam.
Okay.
I would also like the Commonwealth, I assume, will generally be staying out of this conflict.
Yeah, for the time being, yes, but of course all our members have their varying opinions, and I'm not going to decide.
Of course, I
completely for
understand.
them. But I will try my best to keep the alliance away from the current situation in Turkey.
Very well. I will simply remind you, though, that this is going to be an invasion from China and the United States, which includes a large portion of the global nuclear arsenal. We're a proponent of denuclearization, but in the event of total war, this is going to go quite badly. I also would like to hope that you do keep an eye on India, as they are getting very close to becoming a fascist state entirely.
Of course, I'll definitely keep an eye on that.
Wonderful.
Is that all, Mr. Chairman?
It is. Thank you for your time.
All good, my friend. See you later.
Who saved Korea in the 50s?
Charles, do you notice America has no influence over Japan anymore?
That's fine. We've raised, well, I mean, we've not raised you to fall for Turkey's lies, but you know, we've tried to raise you to be a.
Listen, you raised us to have a GDP and RP of like 10.5 trillion, man. You've done good. We repaid all of our debts, by the way.
You have a GDP above 2?
Well, because I can't actually expand my GDP in game anymore, I've just out an RP number, and in RP I believe it would be somewhere around 10 trillion. So.
Hello.
The Prime Minister of Australia looking to speak with China.
Greetings. Would you like to take this private?
Yes, please.
Very well.
Hello, Chairman.
President Howard, what can I do for you?
Prime Minister Howard, but it's good enough. There's been some developing situations in Indonesia. I don't know if you've heard.
I'm going to be honest, if this includes a very small conflict in Asia, China does not have the time for this, as we are
No, I
prepare a
understand.
war of Turkey.
If you can make the promise that you will not interject or interfere with us trying to take down the genocide that's happening in Indonesia, we'll stay neutral at the whole affairs with Turkey.
You had planned not to stay neutral?
No, we planned on taking a neutral stance to begin with. However, Turkey says that they have done nothing wrong, and you understand the history that we have had.
You understand that they are currently occupying Iraq and Kurdistan. You yourself said that genocide was dangerous, and they have nuclear missiles currently in Okinawa.
Well, can we not remember who gave them the nuclear missiles? The Australian government has sat here and watched the international affairs the entire time, and the United States were the ones that gave them those missiles. The United States were the ones that told them that they can occupy Iraq. They're the ones that put it into their mind that they can do this.
That was the Republicans in the United States. The Democrats are currently in power there.
Understandable, but it's still the government of America that did it.
I understand, but regardless, we are where we are. What exactly are you willing to do with Indonesia? Because we're not going to stand for an occupation there. That's exactly why we're fighting against Turkey right now.
We're going to be freeing Timor-Leste and securing the rest of Papua New Guinea to try and prevent the genocide from happening there as well.
You will allow the remainder of Indonesia to be entirely free, I hope?
Of course.
Then that we could agree to, assuming that you put international pressure on Turkey, India, and Russia to not fight this war and to allow Turkey to pull out.
India has been actually ignoring my phone calls. Don't know why. Very concerned, seeing that we just pumped $3 trillion into his economy.
Yeah, and India is currently preparing for a war against us alongside Russia and Turkey.
Okay. Well, thank you for bringing this to my attention, and we will be mentioning it to Kablu now. Thank you.
Thank you. We have a lot to do here. What's up, Consular? How you doing? Yeah, India's going fascist, so they're about to be... It's fascist India, whatever Russia is, Putin Russia, and the other one. Versus us in the United States. This is gonna be wild. We're not gonna get this war today. We're gonna prep basically the rest of the game for it, most likely. And then, we'll probably fight this next session. If we do fight this, we'll see. I'm not like gonna railroad a war here. I don't really want one. But roleplay-wise, there's no way China would let just Turkey put nukes in Okinawa. That would not happen. So, if this can't be de-escalated, there will be a war. What's up, Lollipop? You got your left arm amputated? What the fuck happened, Consular? How many players are there? Waffly Hornet, I think like 18. 2, 4, 6, 8, 10, 12, 14, 16. 18 players, yeah. This is all the tiered players. This is a tiered game in our Discord, so only people with really high roleplay ability are allowed in it. I have sarcoma. I actually don't know what that is, Consular, but Jesus Christ, dude, I'm sorry to hear that. You're gonna follow Hornet. We're also currently establishing a space combat force. So, and we're gonna militarize space before this war starts as well. That's a type of cancer. Jesus Christ, Consular. So sorry to hear that. How recently did that happen? I hadn't seen you in a while, so... Is that what you've been dealing with? Fucking hell. Yeah, we'll do post-war RP. We're not just gonna do a war and then like nuclear war and then we're done. Like we're gonna roleplay after too, so. Bone tumor. Goddamn. Yeah, it is tiered. So yeah, we will do post-war roleplay. Yeah, I understand. I hope. Goddamn, Consular. I don't know what to say to that. I'll be honest. Cancer's fucking horrifying. I experienced that a lot growing up, man. My mom had cancer for years. Fucking horrible. Okay. So we're gonna get a bunch of nuclear missiles built. We're gonna get a bunch of ABMs built. We also need SAMs. We don't have those. I think we're out of production. Nope, it was just lagging. Thankfully, our industrial capacity allows us to just produce an absolutely ridiculous amount of materials quickly. You did get rid of most of the cancer. Well, that is good, Consular. And you got a cool robotic arm. Well, that's good. That is cool. That technology's come along quite a lot, so there's that. Hong Kong's our puppet, so they're still with us. They're a puppet. Well, they're an SAR, so it's gray area legally. Okay. What am I forgetting about? I'm gonna write out a big roleplay post as soon as this game's done before the war next session. Oh, did they arrest one of our agents? Nope. He put out a post saying he arrested one of our agents, but it appears that we have them all, so that's weird. The main problem is that there's a half-second delay between my brain telling my arm to move and my arm actually moving. That is a pain in the ass. Not as quick as, like, neurons. Okay, how are we looking on launch sites? Completely good. On the important stuff. We can finish the rest of this later. USA is not a superpower. We're the only superpower right now, I believe. India might be one. Nope. Yep, we're the only superpower right now. We will have the backdoor in India before the war. I'm just gonna use the basic divisions. It's a roleplay game. We don't need to go over the top here. He's gonna put his IFVs on the border. Damn son. Alright. Back after a quick CSGO game with the boys. Nice. Maybe late into this whole game, but what is a short summary? Oh my god, man. Turkey invaded and occupied the Middle East. We called them out of the UN. They put nuclear weapons in Okinawa. We put weapons in Qatar alongside the United States, and we're about to go potentially to war with Turkey. They're being backed by Russia after Russia invaded and annexed Latvia, and India, who is going fascist.
Join. Oh,
Hello there.
Chairman of China. Welcome.
This is Chairman Hu Jintao. I would just like to ask why why you are continuing to work with India after it has broken their treaty to demilitarize the border.
We've been discussing it.
Yeah, there's status there, but I don't really appreciate the aggressive attitudes against our alliance.
Be advised, I would like to just point out that Australia is not okay with what India's been doing, just so that the chairman is aware.
They have been neglecting the alliance.
The fact that I just pumped.
Alright, well, they're talking about it. We'll leave them to it. Alright, we gotta get all the air bases built up, too. I haven't fought a Hoi war like this in a long time. Goddamn. Brazilians have infiltrated us too, apparently. Goddamn. No, this war will not end well, Consular. This is gonna go real bad. Wonderful, we established Space Force. Now we're gonna militarize space. Yeah, it's gonna be bad. This is gonna be total destruction. You gonna raid Finster? Finster! You stream? What's up, dog? How you doing? Yeah, we're gonna launch an EMP and a nuclear weapon at Okinawa at the same time as soon as the war starts. So, see how this goes. We did a two-China policy, Bitter. We acknowledge the Taiwanese government. We're friends with them. Just finished part of a mega campaign. Hell yeah, dude. Who are you playing in the mega campaign? Turkish intelligence, no surprises there. Let's get our agent back here too. The Russians are going to do a concentrated force maneuver here. We can sweep around them if we're careful. He went with APCs, interesting.
Yes, President Erdogan. Am I connected to Beijing?
We are receiving you.
Chairman, you should...
Hold for Chairman
we should
Jintao.
Stop this situation.
Hello
Hu
there.
Jintao.
Is this President Erdogan?
Yes, it's President Erdogan.
What can I do
And
for
I'm
you? I'm
here
surprised to
to
hear
talk
from
about the
you,
situation.
given the escalation that your country has been perpetrating here.
You are doing all of the escalation.
If you came here to make claims, I'm gonna just hang up right now. I don't have time for this. I'm preparing.
Is this how you treat your guests?
This
like
is how
screaming
I
at
treat
them and
my
talking
enemies, President Erdogan. Do you have something you came here for?
Hu Jintao, listen, let's at least talk a bit, so we can say that we tried something.
Ah, as always.
For what you
are doing it for the cameras,
from
President
the
Erdogan.
Mediterranean Sea.
It is a good
You're
thing I
an
record all
entertaining
my
man.
conversations, President Erdogan. I must say it always
You're
does come in
entertaining
handy,
man.
doesn't it?
Okay, let's be serious, Hu Jintao.
Very well.
I demand that your ships will leave the Turkish waters now. This is illegal.
I would be willing to de-escalate
against
this issue,
international law.
but as a part of that, and I would be willing to put the removal of the blockade on the table, you need to decommission your Okinawa base, and you do need to release autonomous zones in Iraq and Kurdistan.
Denied. I mean, you are a man that denied United Nations resolutions.
If you want
Okay.
to
This
hold
says
the UN
everything
over
about
me,
you.
you can do that. I'm going to simply ignore it, as that was illegitimate.
Yeah, you see. So,
If you want to
out of
hide behind a
discussion.
UN
Out of
vote where your
discussion.
allies propped up your occupation and your slaughtering of
It's
Iraqi
not
and Kurdistani people,
occupation.
much like
It's
you did with
not
Armenia,
occupation.
you can do that, but we will
With
not
Armenia.
stand for it. Yes, when you
The Armenian
slaughtered and
thing is a
genocided the
different
people of
thing.
Armenia. Do you remember that, President Erdogan?
All right, I will demand the release of the Xinjiang area because these are actually Turks living there. Or we will not talk
I heard there's a large, sizable
ever
Chinese
again
population in
about Iraq.
Anatolia. I do believe that gives us the right to occupy that region, right?
No, there are no Chinese. There's at least not a Chinese majority in any state or city.
President
of
Erdogan,
Turkey.
you understand that we have crossed the Rubicon, so to speak. You will need to make concessions. I'm willing to do so as well, but we're not going to walk away with this as it was before. I cannot do that anymore.
Yeah. Listen, I think I need to lecture you about the situation because the
Lecture
people in
me?
Iraq
I will not
and
be lectured by a
Kurdistan,
warmonger.
Yeah, I think I need to. You are the
warmonger who
You
occupies
have
Middle
your
Eastern
ships
countries
in my
for his
area.
own
You are the
gain.
warmonger. Look at your borders. We are doing exercises there now with India, as well as with Russia.
I have seen pictures.
So we are ready.
Your men are very out of shape. All the sweet cooking of Turkey appears to have made them fat. I wonder how they'll do in a war, President Erdogan.
This is an insult about my great army, and I will not stand for this.
I saw that your uniforms are 2 sizes too small. Perhaps you should put them on a diet before you fight a war with the Chinese.
Listen, look at your Finn men. They are starving. They are starving.
We
out of
work
that,
hard
like
for
in
what
North
we
Korea.
have, unlike the Turks who
You
take
are
what they want.
starving. Listen, Hu Jintao. Listen. Delete
That's
your
all I
orders.
do.
Withdraw all your ships. So diplomacy can be a
You
thing again.
will decommission Okinawa, you will pull your nukes out of Asia, and you will release autonomous zones in Iraq and Kurdistan. Only then will the blockade be lifted, not a moment before, President Erdogan.
This will be never a thing. The people have Turkish passports there. They are happy. They learned the
In that
Turkish
case,
language,
China is going to
and
prepare
they
for a
are part of
preemptive
it.
defensive action to secure Okinawa, as
You
it
are
must
a
be secured.
warmonger.
Yeah, I'm not a
You are the
warmonger.
You know what?
I
You
will
know
not
what?
even
We
listen to
fought-
this.
we
Is there anything
fought
else you have to
against the
say before I hang up
Byzantines.
this phone call
We
right now?
fought against the Austrians, and we will fight against.
The Turks.
The Turks! Oh, we have no oil, do we? I'll have to import a bunch. We have Chengdu J20s now, which are really good, so that'll help out a lot. I've done like no military research all game too. I've not prioritized any of it, but I assume Imbo hasn't either. He's not the type for that usually. Oh, we have none. Oh, well. We have backdoor on pretty much everyone we need right now. What minutes left? God, this has been a wild game. I did not expect it to go this route today. God damn. Our Navy is, fucking strong, man. Japan? We're not fighting Japan! Smurf. They are strong, but we're not fighting them. We're about to potentially fight the Turks, the Russians, and the Indians. Oh, right. Yeah, let me go back to VC.
Right, let's build.
Russia supporting Turkey. I'm really actually I'm not sure why they're supporting them, to be honest.
What?
No, Schwab, you're not giving me 1 billion for 50 influence.
Have a good one, Bitter.
So are we having a war or is that?
Yeah, I gotta prep for it though. I'm not gonna just launch a war immediately if we're gonna do this.
Yeah, Ham, you gotta join
I'm
me and
already ready.
Schwab's war.
I'm just preparing my military expansion.
Yeah, no, you gotta come join me and
you
Schwab's war.
I have a question, like, out of RP. You are aware that in RP, the Japanese army is called the Imperial Army, right?
Oh god.
We're not looking too hard at our friends right now, as long as they're on our side.
Yeah, like, this was announced a long time ago, but because we still have an emperor, it technically means we're still an empire, so the army was renamed the Imperial Japanese Army when we revoked Article 9.
Yes, if only someone back in 45 looked at the overseeing of Japan differently.
Yeah, you know, You know, man, if you didn't nuke us, man, maybe anime wouldn't exist, dude. Maybe the world would be a better place. This is your fault, Charles.
I
World would
mean-
be a
Use
better
that.
place.
I mean,
Yeah, this is your fault.
I
Weebs would not
mean-
exist.
I mean, just saying. It was either that or try to actually navally
I
land
saw
in
that.
Japan.
I saw that face on your stream. It's not wrong.
Operation the operation to invade the mainland of Japan in 45 was actually going to be done. The only issue was it would have cost too many lives, so they resorted to using something that would knock you out quickly.
Yeah, and the radioactive fallout created anime, dude. Like, come on, this is your fault. You're living with the consequences now, bud. You have weebs in California, all right?
Also, Ham, come join our warp and use the NATO symbols in your divisions.
We're not NATO. What the fuck do you think this is?
No,
I
use the
use
NATO
NATO,
symbols. Yeah, the
I
NATO
use NATO
symbols.
for the LARP. I actually prefer NATO
I
symbols,
need to
though.
actually do something about these M1 Abrams because I have for some reason 10,000 in stockpile.
I've got 6.4 thousand Type 90s.
I can't tell what's what anymore. I'm changing back.
My army is about to be massive, by the way. I'm training like a fuck ton of mechanized and armored.
Oh yeah, I'm about to be like the third largest army in the world, and I ain't slowing down anytime soon.
I'm just gonna give these M1 Abrams to the National Guard, so the National Guard can start making its own little tank force.
Yes, my medicinal M1A2 Abrams.
Very base.
Oh, Brazil Wait, Brazil is justifying on us. What?
What?
Brazil's justifying on me? Who's
It'll be the
China?
focus. What focus is he in?
Imagine he actually fucking declares war on you.
We have successfully militarized space for the upcoming war. We have several orbital platformers ready to make strikes.
Mr. Jintao, does that not go against the United Nations regulation on space?
No comment. No comment.
No comment, because...
Does that mean it's Hammurabae Content?
If I must be honest, the fact that...
I think we're quite past the United Nations at this point, given their inaction on Turkey.
I believe the United... And the fact that nations can now just simply ignore a resolution, I believe the United Nations can be considered dysfunctional. Best.
So are we role-playing Hammurabae Dawn now?
This is about to get pretty fucking spicy if this goes ahead.
I mean, I'm about to mobilize...
We're role-playing lo-fi nuclear war to relax and study too.
Oh my god, is Brazil actually going to attack me? I need to prepare for this.
What the fuck is he role-playing?
I don't...
Has he been putting out statements?
No.
Bruh, if he hasn't put out statements, you don't get to just go to war of a major power. Or do a VC roleplay, I guess.
You know what? We're gonna go to war and I'm gonna accidentally
I mean,
bomb
he's
Pearl
gone
Harbor and be like,
nationalist.
"That's
The only
what's
thing I
happening."
feel like he's doing the focus because Venezuela should be, socialist at this point. I think he's doing the focus that takes down socialist regimes, but the game hasn't recognized that Venezuela's not socialist anymore.
If you can see his focuses, you can see what he's doing.
Let me have a look.
Also, Ham, you should have heard our suggestion. So why don't we accidentally nuke Tokyo so we can do a Godzilla roleplay?
No, Ham. Actually, you're gonna nuke Okinawa, and I'm gonna make Godzilla start existing.
Godzilla
It's gonna be
walks
like
onto
an irradiated fucking monster, dude.
He's
It's gonna
planning.
be so funny.
Wait. Brazil's planning to invade Venezuela? No. I need to go speak to him. No, that's not happening.
Godzilla's gonna go in the front lines and go fight Russia.
Yeah, we're gonna decimate Vladivostok with Godzilla.
Time to
Oh, shit,
research.
actually, that
Time to
reminds me, I need
research
make,
rods of God.
I need to make aerosol brigades.
Oh yeah,
I
no,
mean-
what you do is right. You just cut the railroads in Siberia and you'll die.
I have 300 SOP already fired at 3D.
Right, there's a point like north of Mongolia where there's one railroad connecting all of Siberia. So you cut that one railroad and there's no supply.
Well, there's also one right above it as well. Oh shit, yeah. Right there when it's just like one tile.
Yeah,
railroad. Oh,
next
fuck.
to Krasnoyarsk.
Yeah, Krasnoyarsk. I'm listening to Hirohito drip right now.
Oh, I've seen that video. It's actually a banger.
You know what? I will not act upon it. I will wait and see if Brazil is actually just going to go to war me. I will see. I will be caught off guard by it. I'll just ignore it.
I really need self-propelled AA, but there's no way for me to get it.
Just buy it from America. I have so much.
I
in
can't.
stock.
How am I meant to buy it?
Well, Japan's military is completely ready.
I'm excited for the military aid to be expanded because it means you can actually get what you need now.
Got my the Air Force, the Imperial Air Force is ready.
Wait, let me just
Imperial
check
Army is
Brazil's
expanded and
post.
ready.
Let's see if he did post anything.
And the Imperial Navy is still stationed outside of Okinawa, completely ready. Okinawa is being evacuated currently by the Imperial Navy as well.
Wonderful. We'll be ready probably within the next year. Finishing up the invasion plans here.
By the way, do we want to wait till next game so we can get
Yes.
a faction? Because I can't
Absolutely.
do anything if I'm not in a faction.
Yeah, we'll wait
like,
till next
literally,
game.
I'm just sitting here stuck.
Yeah, we might have to have somebody save edit us into like the SEO faction.
Yeah, I mean, last time someone
Like,
did a save edit, it didn't actually work for half people.
No,
but it
no.
worked
So,
for me.
so
I'm fine.
what Big Twins can do is allow Diplo AIS.
Yeah.
Oh, fuck! Actually, no, he can't do that.
No, he can't. Allow Diplo to just overrule everything.
No, if well, I mean, he could, but if he
Oh,
wants it to
he
be
actually gonna
accepted-
try.
Yeah, if
Oh, India actually has good divisions. Okay.
Yeah,
we're
but to
doing
be
that.
fair, it's Hastings though. Hastings
Yeah,
is just built up
he-
an army.
He does. Yeah. Okay. Cool. Well, then
Hastings
I will do the fun path then.
It's fine. When we get in a faction, I'll send over the 500,000 Koreans to the Indian border.
Yeah.
Actually, do you want me to hold Russia or no?
If you could.
Well, in next
I
game.
believe what we should do is Ham holds Manchuria, me and Korea do a push into Russia because I've got a bunch of paratroopers.
I'm gonna
I can
nuke his
just
whole
para-
fucking army on the border too. Let me set that up.
I can
Yeah.
power drop all of his major supply.
The thing is,
We put the supply in like.
we're just gonna have all the leaders sitting in Tokyo and watch the Russian border igniting like explosions.
Yeah, dude, that's the best part about playing Japan
Who
is
joined
that
the
like
chat?
I'm so.
Oh,
Taiwan, can I
hello,
speak to you
Taiwan.
privately?
You wish to speak to me? I see. We can
Privately.
go to.
Yes.
Go to the
Yeah, just-
White House chat. Since that chat's not been used.
Okay.
Because I'm playing Pan, I'm not an immediate target for people attacking. Like it's very hard to actually hit me. Besides with a nuclear weapon, but I've got so much.
Yeah,
other-
no, worst case scenario, we just draw all of our army back to Japan and just sit on the home islands.
Like the army expansion is done. 4 more armored divisions and 5 more mechanized divisions have been raised.
Ham, are you able to do military factories and investment?
No.
Sad.
I can build dockyards, but I can't do mills.
Got 400,000 in spare, but I don't want civs because I'm about to get like 40.
My current factions are actually really good, and I don't want to replace them. But I can build dockyards. I mean,
That's the best feeling in MD when you get a free economic boom.
Yes, it is. Very fucking nice.
were you making .01? Did I crash your economy again?
No, it's because I just went up a thing.
That's supposed to make you gain more money. What?
I don't know. Oh no, it's because I did the infrastructure. I did the infrastructure thing.
Yeah, this dude, this man, this man goes into an economic boom, starts making less money.
Jesus Christ, Sam, how much money are you losing?
Me?
Yeah.
A little bit.
40 billion.
It's fine.
A little bit. Yeah, I've got
I just have to raise taxes. I don't mind going into deficit for a war economy.
I'm on a tiny military spending.
To be
Maybe I
fair,
should
Scoba,
raise
we
that.
haven't had like a big war like this in MD in a long time, man. It's never been at this level. Probably since, well, last time Matt was here actually, which was like four months
you
ago.
realize in 50 years that would be my entire GDP that you're losing. If you did that for 50 weeks, you would lose my entire economy.
I've got you, Ham. Hold on. I'm coming in with the office sector's investments.
It's your economy even more. I feel like we need more rules slowing down India, because if you don't, India will just skyrocket.
Yeah, it's not really realistic for them to grow that quickly either. China, kind of doable. Realistically, there's a path for it.
Oh, shit,
India, no. But when they add the focus tree, they're going to add, like, I'm sure a bunch of busts and debuffs to, like, accurately represent how India's much harder to develop due to, like, structural reasons in their country. I mean, the education crisis alone. I mean, their office complexes are just full of people who can barely read and write, so, I mean... Because, I mean, literacy during 2000, 2005, even if you roleplayed a huge literacy drive, it'd be very difficult to actually be able to do that. Song requests? No, not currently. If you have a really good China song, I might play it, though.
Now we need the Wolfenstein music.
No. So this is a bit bad. Brazil is doing that. Brazil says he wants to oust everyone's influence from Latin America.
It's a realistic roleplay.
He says that he has warned me that for me to not get involved in Venezuela, and I've already stressed to him that Venezuela is an ally of the Monroe Doctrine. The US will intervene if you attack them.
Hey, go for it, y'all.
That's all. And I do not know why Brazil wishes to do this.
Pakistan applied for SCO status. Ooh.
Come on, let's kick India's shins in.
I think Pakistan probably wants to get into this war.
And with that,
I need to check. Oh wait, I need to check back and see in case I haven't done it in this game. Okay, they didn't go. They didn't go salafist in this game.
Right. Well,
It's the highlight of the non-tier of the Asia game when the Vatican went brothers of Islam.
Right. Well, because of the break-off in relations, the US will be sending the Vietnamese the US Marine Airborne Force to Venezuela. Actually, I won't put them on the border. That seems a bit too. I'll put them on the river line.
Oh, I didn't build missile silos up here today.
So I may be a bit distracted with fighting Brazil now, which will be interesting. Wait a minute. He's going after Cuba as well. What?
I'm just waiting for this to end up like the Asia game where like we RP'd a war for 4 sessions, the war actually kicks off and all of a sudden everybody wants to join it.
Group.
Well, now I might have a war. I might have a war in against Brazil, which is interesting.
Bloggers, this is a hybrid socialist capitalistic policy we integrated with the West and we became the world superpower peacefully. We're about to fight a war with Turkey and Russia though, because Turkey bought Okinawa base, stationed nukes in it, and then annexed Iraq and Kurdistan, so we're unfortunately kind of we got our backs to the wall right now, which obviously makes for...
You should have backed down on Pearl Harbor, man. The world would have been so much better without anime.
No, who said that the US does not back down?
Okay, I'm done memeing now.
I'm gonna follow next though. This will be fought next Saturday though. I don't think we have time even to declare the war today, so we will fight this next week.
Gentlemen, may I ask, what is this tension I'm seeing towards Turkey?
He's got nukes in Okinawa, and realistically, there's no way China would allow it. We tried to solve it diplomatically. It's not happening, so China is going to declare for Okinawa.
I understand. We would like to just say that Germany will remain neutral on this, since it's.
I understand. This isn't your fight. I will say though, both India and Russia do plan on fighting against us, but well, the United States will be helping us.
But again, Germany is not opposed to sending a land lease, so we are happy to help on.
Very well. I think most of this war will be fought with, unfortunately, nuclear hellfire. But again, the alternative is them doing a first strike against us and us being absolutely destroyed. So there's no other option here.
From a general secretary perspective of the UN, one of UN members are requesting a general assembly. We don't have enough time here, but be known that there'll probably be a general assembly.
We can do a general assembly before the start of the next session next week. Yeah. So.
Because due to your aggression and probably about if you get some.
My aggression, interesting perspective.
There's also there's also going to be probably a Brazil and US war.
Then we will need a or a UNSC or a General Assembly. But I think Turkey is going to try to go for straight up to General Assembly if they can gather 75%.
They'll try and get a UN General Assembly, but I mean I'm happy to speak on it, but. Again, there's no way that China would allow for nuclear weapons in Okinawa against us, like by Turkey. That's just not gonna happen.
I think the next session you guys are gonna do a good talking in the UN then.
Yeah, it'll be a good talk. I don't.
Yeah, it will be wacky if it's
we're probably gonna end the session on this game on the 5th session because everyone's gonna fucking be dead.
I don't want to roleplay the post-nuclear era, to be honest.
Yeah, I mean,
no, I want to roleplay like.
We keep going, like we keep going. Like if we do this war, we're not just gonna stop it after. We'll keep going.
Yes.
We got it in a tiered game like this. We have to set the precedent that if you start a big war like this, you don't just gonna fuck off afterwards, right? This isn't like a regular Hoi Comp game. We keep roleplaying. It doesn't matter.
May I just ask, how long does it take for you to set up the Overboost game, by the way?
Actually, I have something to say.
Japan sold Okinawa to the Turks, Skover.
Yeah, no, go ahead.
Oh, it's fine. I thought.
But before I end this game, how long will it take for you to set up the game, Hammer, on the Overboost, just so I can get a good perspective of when to end the game?
Oh, we got it in on time. We can't do a UN meeting because that game starts right after. We got people who
I'm sure
are
that's
waiting for it.
why I'm asking. How long will
I
it take for you
didn't
to set up
reserve,
the game?
but
Yeah, the Old Red Blues game literally starts like right after. The host goes up as soon as this is done. Like there's no time in between.
Fair enough then. And I'll end in about 10 minutes.
Cool.
I didn't reserve, but I will be participating.
Sure. I'll be fun. I'm gonna be after this, guys. This is a long stream today. We have an Old World Blues roleplay game. I'm playing Kaiser, so.
I think I might
Kaiser.
play
Kaiser.
Ties?
I think I might play
Be on alert. 20
Yakuza.
minutes to the end of session, alright? Be on alert, gentlemen.
Today's
By
been a
the way,
very warmongering day. We got a China that's about to go to war with Turkey, and I'm about to roleplay like a fucking Kaiser killing all the degenerates in the West. So
Yeah.
By the way, do we want to
man,
get
takes me back
two
to like the
factions?
old R56 days.
Do we
Yeah, I
want to
think
get
I'm
the
gonna
two
be playing-
factions?
Yeah, we'll talk to Twins about it. Depends what kind of how the roleplay goes throughout the week. I am going to do a bunch of roleplay to try and de-escalate in the week, because I don't explicitly want a war, but I am going to fight one, because roleplay-wise, there's no way China would just walk back down, right? So, you know, we are where we are. I really don't understand why Russia and India are supporting Turkey, though. That, to me, makes no fucking sense, but...
Russia kind of, because they were isolated,
like, hastening
but
needs to
India...
retire his leader. Vajpayee would never fight a war, like, ever. That man would not have done it. Against Pakistan, sure, but...
It also doesn't make sense, right? Because India's part of the Commonwealth, and
The
Commonwealth
BJP party would not fight a nuclear war for Turkey. There's no way.
Yeah, but it's
he
also
needs
like...
to switch to fascist power in government if he wants to do that.
Yeah, but it's also like the Commonwealth is against Russia. Russia's pro-Turkey, so they wouldn't support Turkey.
Yep.
You know, because Turkey's pro-Russia.
I would also like to stress, I don't think Rajpayee would support UK going back to monarchy.
The Indian roleplay has been a little interesting this game, I have to say. Like he needed to switch to another party because the BJP would not. There's no way in fuck they would support a monarchist UK. Like first off, that's just oh my god. And two, they wouldn't support a nuclear war to defend Turkey. Like
there's also like only 3 parties in the whole world that would.
He would have to know what he has to. He has to resign, let the nationalists take over, then
Yeah.
like have like.
That would be realistic. That would. The fascist party, the one in India, I always forget their name. They would fucking fight a war. Like they would definitely do that. So.
Also, there's a new nation that's formed.
You want
there's al-
offices or
There's
civs?
also a new
Go for
nation
civs.
that
I need
has
them for
formed.
ICBM production right now, not gonna lie.
There's also a new nation that has formed between
Oh,
Pakistan
so
and
Ham,
Afghanistan.
if you need civs instead, should I stop all of my office sectors or just keep them?
Keep them going. So.
There is also a new nation that's formed between
Yeah.
Pakistan and Afghanistan.
I actually have more RP to do. I want to, Mr. Jintao, if I must say, on the prospect of a nuclear war, the Japanese people are rather worried.
I understand. It's not something we seek either, but the Turks are currently able to do a first strike on Beijing from Okinawa whenever they like. Something that we both know how they got.
Yes, of course. It is sad to say that it is the way things may go, but as a nation who has seen nuclear hellfire in person, of course, it is slightly worse for us if we are to be hit by a warhead.
We don't believe Japan would be hit by a warhead.
I don't believe you would either.
I mean,
we have invasions, first strike invasions, a EMP launch on Okinawa, and a nuclear strike prepared on Okinawa. Whether they can get off a first strike in time is in question, and they would fire at us, not you.
Militarily speaking, we are not a target, but economically speaking, to crash the SCO's economy, oh yes, we definitely are. As we are aware, Japan is the second richest member of the SCO.
I understand, and we do not wish for our economic superpower status to fall either, but at the same time, we will not be held hostage by Okinawa and the Russians. They're a second-rate power who is attempting to negotiate themselves back in by supporting another tyrant, and will not allow for it.
Of course, of course. I'm thinking, at this point, can Japan be called an economic superpower but not a military one?
Yeah, by a mile.
Probably, yeah. I mean, what's
Like,
your GDP? It's ridiculous,
yeah.
isn't it? Well, actually, only 7 trillion, but...
No, in game it's 6.7 trillion, but in RP I've just said it's like somewhere close to 9 to 10 trillion because
yeah,
it's definitely larger than it is in game. I've got like half the planet gripped by its balls with my technology.
Yeah, and with Korea, you literally can do whatever you want.
Yeah, I can crash the Korean economy at will.
By helping me.
Like, just by investing in him, I can crash his entire economy. By the way, do you want dockyards, Jakey?
Nah, bud.
Yeah, too bad you're getting dockyards.
I don't want to.
We are going to remain a no first strike policy though, so we will fight this on the ground if necessary. I will be launching a strike on Okinawa. I'll start with a I don't have a first strike policy and I won't change that. So I'm going to hit them with incendiaries, and then I'm going to hit them with an EMP, and I'm going to try and take it with a naval invasion. That's what I'm going to do here.
Japan has a absolute nuclear ban. We do not allow ourselves constitutionally to have a nuclear warhead in possession.
I understand.
We do have a problem, and that's that they have a much bigger fleet.
Them?
Who?
Yeah, both Russia and India have been building up a fleet.
Oh,
oh yeah, I forgot about the US, never mind.
Dude, we have
They
China,
do have a
US,
pretty big
and
fleet,
Japan.
that's true.
Like,
Yeah, I know, but look at
China's
India's
got-
fleet. India has a
China's got
carrier.
123.
China's at 300.
USA, get your whole fleet over to the Chinese coastline. You already have it here?
Oh,
Yeah,
do you want me to? Well, I had it under blockade in Turkey.
I feel like it makes more sense for the
Supposed to do
US
that.
to allow.
Let's
My
go
fleet
ahead
is
and let's
able-
remove the blockade and just prepare. We're about to go into all-out war, so we know what we're doing here.
Well, my fleet's big enough to blockade Turkey at this point, so I can try to do that.
Sounds good.
Yeah. Like, we're talking
We
about
need to
their
secure
fleets being
Okinawa
big.
and sink any fleets over here. Then we're going to need to push the war into Russia and India if we do go down this path. And then Turkey will be last, frankly.
Japanese missile submarines and attack submarines are already stationed outside Okinawa already.
The attack submarine's the one you want to have in your main fleet.
I have my submarines separated because my main fleet. Japan is like a surface-oriented nation, so my submarine fleet is mostly just for blockading.
Yeah, same with mine.
Also, when the war starts,
My
USA,
entire
make sure you get all your air up over in China. I'm going to max out all my air bases.
I have like 400 planes, it's not going to do much.
I've got 600.
My
we
entire Air
definitely
Force
need
is
to-
475.
Well, I've only got the ones that I can actually deploy in rounds of 100 out. Right now.
I've got 4K aircraft.
Yeah,
And most of them are F-series American
Because I was preparing, I will say this out of character, I was thinking Yuhan would attack Taiwan at some point.
No, dude, I went to China policy day one, man.
I know, but you'd never tell me. I didn't know that. I was just under
you never know with the Chinese, man. The Chinese are some risky people.
Xi Jinping's on power, Martino. This is a Hu Jintao government.
The thing is, right? I feel like this is going to be China fighting Russia, US fighting India, and then Japan and Korea just trying to tide people down randomly.
Yeah, I mean, me and you, Jakey, are the minor military
I
powers,
could
okay?
actually justify.
Well,
yeah, no, like we
navally, I can be considered a major power, but militarily, like all in all, I can't.
He went
Yeah,
frigates
no,
and
I have-
corvettes.
My navy is on par with the Russian navy.
I have one of the biggest armies in the world.
China's
My
Navy,
army-
Japan's Navy, Korea's Navy, and US's Navy. That's a lot.
I have a bigger army than Turkey,
I mean,
Canada,
shit, dude.
UK, France, Brazil,
combined,
Mexico,
you have a larger navy
Australia.
than Russia and India combined.
Yep.
Yeah, no, but they got a lot more capital ships.
Who cares
Like
if they have
India,
capital?
India has
In the
carrier.
modern world, man, capital ships don't really mean much.
Yeah, but
Dude,
they have
yeah,
like three
dude,
carriers.
there's anti-ship. Oh
The,
shit!
the modern world for Navy is like maneuverable craft with like with lots of guns and then submarines, and then carriers to a degree, but subs can sink them pretty easily.
May I recommend anti-ship missiles even in this game?
Yeah, they're really good against like battleships and
What
carriers,
are they
but
called?
other than
What
that,
are they,
they're
what are
really
they
bad.
called? I need to make some.
Anti-ship missiles. Oh wait,
I
you
don't
mean the
see-
ships? Oh wait, I thought you meant on ships. No, I don't know.
No, okay, well, fuck.
Well, I
what
well, I
happened? What
don't know. See, India may have a good fleet, but do they have railway guns on their ships?
I don't have railguns on mine. I'm trying to get that right now. I'll
You know what?
put a
If
few
I
on
may
there.
say-
Don't even know where you get railguns.
If I may say, we have the power of God and anime on our side.
Oh,
Swear to God, Schlop.
Okay, was that worse or better than the BTS joke I made?
Oh no.
Worse, it was worse.
I get a fucking stroke from this man. My God.
You haven't had a stroke already, dude? I would have thought Hu Jintao would have fainted from anger when like he found out we sold the Okinawa base.
USA is going to be fighting with us, champion.
Yeah, I was expecting him to upset when he-
also,
we were actually lied to.
Also, do not forget the Guatemalan special forces they've got, because they have special forces.
How many do they have?
They have one unit, and it is essentially, it's actually historical Guatemalan special force. To look them
Hey,
up.
Hey guys, make your last tweaks because the game is gonna end right now.
Cool.
All right.
I'm good.
We
Make your last play setups.
and save edit. We get faction for both sides.
We can talk about this later.
Yeah, we'll discuss it right now.
Yeah, we'll discuss it later. Right now, we have to press a button, and everyone goes to.
I'm
a
gonna be honest
different
with you, Hem.
timeline.
No, why is the game
I'm not
paused? I
too,
need 3 days so I can get more planes.
Yeah, Hem. I'm gonna be honest. I'm not too like acquainted with the lore.
I'll be right back.
of,
One second. All right, I'm gonna take a quick break. I want to take like 30 minutes. I need to make some food and get something to drink and stuff like that. I'm gonna end stream here. I will be back in like half hour to do the Old World Blues game. I'm gonna be role-playing Kaiser's Legion. If you want to see this war play out, it will play out next Saturday because it looks like we are gonna fight a war, which I did not expect here. It's gonna be between the United States, Japan, Korea, all of Southeast, well, not necessarily Southeast Asia, China, and then our allies versus Russia, India, and Turkey. So that'll be next Saturday, 12:15 EST. So if you want to see a giant Millennium Dawn mega war, that'll be happening next Saturday. So, all right, I am going to end stream. I will be back in a little while, so I will catch y'all in a little bit. If not, have a good night.